Yo, what's good, family? I know I'm a little late. But definitely want to get this joint started. It's your boy Governor Jay back, presenting facts over fiction to give you the knowledge you've been missing. So make sure if you want this, put your emotions to the side and make sure you hit that like and subscribe. You heard? Um, Tonight we're gonna be talking about the Red Summer of 1919. I was struggling with trying to decide how I wanted to present this series due to the fact that there's a lot of limited information on a lot of these riots, lynchings, attempted lynchings, unalignments, and all that type. Some incidents got a lot more information about them than others. Some, really can't find no information, at least not online. So, I try to figure out how I wanted to go about doing this because it's a lot of stuff, right? So what I decided to do was, to break down the incidents by the states where they occurred, right? So today we're going to be talking about Georgia. From what I researched, it seemed like Georgia had the highest number of racial incidents that particular summer. But to be honest, what I'm gonna talk about is all the different occurred during the. So today on this live stream, like I said, we're gonna start with Georgia, but I'm gonna also talk about what happened down in Florida that year, as well as Carolina, since those are two neighboring states, both of which didn't have a whole lot of incidents. At least not a lot of incidents that are documented. I'll put it like that, because from what I looked up, it seemed like it was a lot of stuff going on in all these states. So what I'm gonna do is give a backstory about a few incidents that occurred leading up to the Red Summer, and then we'll get into what happened in the Red Summer. But we're gonna start with Georgia today. All right. So what we got for the outline today, man? So like I said, I'm gonna give you a history of Red Summer, right? Then we're gonna talk about the racial events that occurred down in Forsyth County, Georgia. If anybody know about Forsyth County, you know that county is notorious down there in Georgia. Um, and this is leading up to the Red Summer, right? After Forsyth County, we're gonna talk about the events that happened in Lowndes County, right? And then we're gonna talk about the events that happened throughout Georgia in 1919. After that, we're gonna move on to Florida, and we're gonna talk about the different incidents that occurred down in Manatee County prior to the Red Summer, as well as a racial event that occurred in St. Petersburg, and then we'll get into what happened in Florida during the Red Summer. Hang on, real quick. Yeah, okay, and then after Florida, no, excuse me. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the Newberry Six. Forgot to mention Newberry Six lynchings that also occurred in Florida. Then we'll move on to South Carolina, and from South Carolina, we'll talk about the lynching of Anthony Crawford, who's a prominent figure down there in South Carolina. This is prior to the Red Summer, of course, and then we'll talk about the events down in South Carolina during the Red Summer. So let me just get started, man. I'm gonna be honest. This is going to be a longer live stream. And like I said, I kind of struggled with how I wanted to present this information. So what I decided to do is that I'm gonna break it down by state right back afterward, and we're gonna break up these live streams into separate videos. And when I present the video by itself, based off of whatever the topic is, I'm gonna go back and add visuals to it. You know what I mean? Whether that be live footage or older footage, clips of newspapers, all that good stuff, man. So we'll get that on the next one. when I break these videos down. Got to sign up with StreamYard. Yeah, like I said, I'm new to this, man. So y'all gotta forgive me, man. You know what I mean? Y'all getting the raw, uncut version over here with me right now. So I think by the next live stream, I'll probably be signed up with StreamYard, and I'll probably try to present it that way. We'll see. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. I want to see how y'all respond to this video here. So like I said, we'll see. But I'm gonna get started now, man. So we're gonna give a backstory on the Red Summer, and then I'll give you my commentary after that. So let's get it started. Let's get it started, family. So the Red Summer, right, was a period in mid 1919 during which white supremacist terrorism and racial riots occurred in more than 3 dozen cities across the United States and in one rural county in Arkansas. So the term Red Summer was coined by civil rights activist and author James Weldon Johnson, who had been employed as a field secretary by the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP, since 1919. Since 1916. In 1919, he organized peaceful protests against racial violence. Um, I think I think I'm gonna get into a little backstory about this brother here too, James Weldon Johnson, because he had a pretty remarkable career, and he left his imprint on history. So I'm gonna get as well before we really get into the main topic. Let me continue. So in most instances, right, attacks consisted of white on black violence. Numerous foundational black Americans fought back, notably in the Chicago and Washington, D.C. race riots, which resulted in numerous deaths or unalivements. To those two particular riots, I'm gonna make separate videos on them. So when we get to Illinois or D.C. and we talk about what happened there and during the Red Summer, I'm gonna have a completely separate videos for those. I might not do live streams for those, but we'll see. Like I said, when we get there. So yeah. So still, the highest number of fatalities occurred in the rural area around Elaine, Arkansas, where an estimated 100 to 240 black people and 5 white people were unalived in an event known as the Elaine Massacre. Once again, with the Elaine Massacre, I'm most likely going to have a separate video for that. You know what I'm saying? Because I got footage on those type of video, those type of events, man. I got a lot of footage on those. So I might just make a video stream per se for those 3 particular race riots. Because like I said, those are the most notable ones. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I got footage on those. So yeah, so let me keep going. The anti-black riots developed from a variety of post-World War I social tensions, generally related to the demobilization of both black and white members of the United States forces following World War One, as well as the economic slump and increased competition in the job and housing markets between white Americans and foundational black Americans. The time also the time would also certain industrialists used black people further inflame. Now, what we'll see, we're going to see a pattern that occurred in a lot of the northern states during the Red Summer, where most of these riots and these racial tensions are going to rise due to the fact that there were foundational black Americans moving to the north from the south, strikers, because a lot of the white Americans, or and the white immigrants who may not have been considered white yet at that time. They were on strike for different reasons. Like I said, there was an economic slump, people coming back from the war. It was a lot going on. You see what I'm saying? So these black folks would come up and work these jobs that white folks was striking on, and that was causing them to want to attack us. You know what I'm saying? Because basically, these corporations used us to, what they were trying to do. So I mean, it's the same story over and over again, man. We've heard this story rehashed 1,000 times, but this is one of the most. This is some of the first times these things happened during that initial Great Migration from the South. So the riots and unalivements were extensively documented by the press, which, along with the federal government, feared socialist and communist influence on the black civil rights movement of that time, following the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. So they also feared foreign anarchists who had bombed the homes and businesses of prominent figures and government leaders. So, like I said, as you see, it was a lot going on, right? In a global context, they're talking about the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia that was somewhat influencing the black community over here, as well as some of these foreign anarchists coming from places like Ireland and who came over here and was on some terrorist type stuff. They were sending bombs to different government houses and all that type of stuff. Like, it was a lot going on, man. To be honest, man, we need to we need to take these events seriously, man, because history tends to repeat itself, especially when the current population is unaware of what happened in the past because they don't value it, they don't care about it. It's boring to them, right? These events repeat itself, and when they occur, you're gonna have people talking about, oh my God, this has never happened before. We've never seen anything like this before. We don't know what to do. But these things have happened before. You see what I'm saying? You just didn't care to really study or find out about it. You know what I mean? And that's why when it happens, and a lot of people perish that way, unfortunately. So we need to be prepared, especially in the political climate that we living in now, with some of the racial incidents that's been occurring in the country. Um, 'Cause you never know when black folks ready to take off again. You know what I'm saying? But in the type of activities they do versus when we riot and the type of activities that we do, you'll see the difference. And maybe we should take the next time something goes on. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say too much about this, but the next time we want to start turning up and all that, and we want to take to that, maybe we should take the approach that these white folks took back in this time, right? Instead of just looting stores and burning stores down and all that, and man, F all that. We need to take the approach they took with us. You heard? And you'll see what I'm talking about once we start talking about a lot of these instances and what happened. All right, so let me get back to this article, right? So I'm gonna give a background, about what were some of the factors that led up to the Red Summer of 1919. So with the mobilization from World War One, and with immigration from Europe cut off, the industrial cities of the American Northeast and Midwest experienced severe labor shortages as manufacturers recruited throughout the South, from which an exodus of workers ensued. So by 1919, an estimated 500,000 foundational black Americans had moved from the southern United States to the industrial cities of the Northeast and Midwest of the Great Migration, which occurred until 1940. So between when World War One started in the mid 1910s, all the way there was a Great Migration up into the north. But this is not the same Great Migration that we study about that occurred after the Civil Rights Movement. This is the first one. Okay, it's the first Great Migration. So foundational Black Americans workers fill new positions in expanding industries such as the railroads, as well as many existing jobs formerly held by whites. In some cities, they were hired as strike breakers, especially during the strikes of 1917. This increased resentment against blacks among many working class whites, immigrants, and first generation Americans. So as you see here, man, we've been having issues with immigrants for a long time, right? Now I know that a lot of you Democrat type voters and whatnot, y'all believe that immigrants are our friends, right? You want to take on this immigrant ideology where this ain't really our land. We really Africans, whatnot. So we need to be hand in hand with these immigrants for some reason. When I tell you, it's been a long history of immigrants coming over here. It doesn't matter what color they were, because now we see it's a whole bunch of non-white ones now, but they got the same mentality towards us as the white immigrants did, where they come over here as soon as they touch down on this land, they feel like they better than us. You see what I'm saying? And they ain't trying to share nothing with us. So I mean, if you ain't been paying attention, if you're a Democrat voter watching this, right? you vote for these immigrants to come over here, and all those civil rights benefits that our elders fought for, they get it. We don't get none of it. You know what I'm saying? At least not no heterosexual black men. We don't get none of it. You see you see what I'm saying? So yeah, so we gonna see how that immigrant allyship works out, right? That fake allyship. We're gonna see how that goes. So yeah, so listen, so in the summer of 1917, violent racial riots against blacks due to labor tensions broke out in East St. Louis, Illinois, and Houston, Texas. Following the war, rapid demobilization of the military without a plan for absorbing veterans and the removal of price controls led to unemployment and inflation that increased competition for jobs. Jobs were very difficult for foundational black Americans to get in the South due to racism and segregation. So during the first Red Scare of 1919 to 20, following the 1917 Russian Revolution, anti-Bolshevik sentiment in the United States quickly followed on the anti-German sentiment arising in the war years. Many politicians and government officials, together with much of the press and public, feared an imminent attempt to overthrow the U.S. government and create a new regime modeled on that of the Soviets. Authorities viewed with alarm foundational black Americans' advocacy for racial equality and labor rights, and incidents involving the unalivements of whites furthered fears. I mean, this sounds like what's going on right now, right? Like I said, this is history repeating itself. So, in a private conversation in March 1919, President Woodrow Wilson said that the American Negro returning from abroad will be our greatest medium in conveying Bolshevism in America. Other whites expressed a wide range of opinions, some anticipating unsettled times and others seeing no signs of tension at all. So early in 1919, Dr. George Edmund Haynes, an educator employed as the director of Negro economics for the U.S. Department of Labor, wrote, "The return of the Negro soldier to civil life is one of the most delicate and difficult questions confronting the nation, North and South." One black veteran wrote a letter to the editor of the Chicago Daily News saying the returning black veterans are now new men and world men, and their possibilities for direction, guidance, honest use, and power are limitless. Only they must be instructed and led. They have awakened, but they have not yet the complete conception of what they have awakened to. W.E.B. Du Bois, an official of the NAACP and editor of his monthly magazine, saw an opportunity. Quote, "By the God of heaven, we are cowards and jackasses if now that the war is over, we do not marshal every ounce of our brain and brawn to fight a sterner, longer, more unbending battle against the forces." You have black soldiers coming back from World War One, you know what I'm saying, with a new mentality. You know, they had been over there fighting so for this country, right? Unaliving foreign people that never did nothing to them in the name of the United States government, right? And it's like they coming back from overseas and they like, all right, we done unalive so many people over there. Now we coming back to deal with all this racism and terrorism that we deal with in the United States. Like they had a different mentality. They was ready to fight. You see what I'm saying? They've been fighting. They ready to fight now. And they wasn't on that turn the other cheek stuff back then. This was way before Martin Luther King Jr. So it wasn't on that. So let's talk about some of the events. In the autumn of 1919, following the violence-filled summer, George Edmund Haynes reported on the events as a prelude to an investigation by the U.S. Senate Committee on the Judiciary. He identified 38 separate racial riots against blacks in widely scattered cities in which whites attacked black people. Unlike earlier racial riots against blacks in the United States history, the 19 and actually fought back. So A. Philip Randolph, a civil rights activist and leader of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, publicly defended the right of black people to self-defense. In addition, Haynes reported that between January 1st and September 14th, 1919, white mobs lynched at least 43 foundational black Americans, 16 hanged, others shot, and another 8 men were burned at a stake. The states were unwilling to interfere or prosecute such mob murders. In May, Following the first serious racial incidents, W.E.B. Du Bois published his essay, Returning Soldiers. Quote, we return from the slavery of uniform, which the world's madness demanded us to don to the freedom of civil garb. We stand again to look America squarely in the face and call a spade a spade. We sing, this country of ours, despite all its better souls have done and dreamed, is yet a shameful land. We return, we return from fighting and return fighting. End quote. So as you see, I mean, me personally, I've never been a big fan of W.E.B. Du Bois, but hearing his takes on the Red Summer and these racial riots, man, it gave me a new perspective on W.E.B. Du Bois. Gave me a new perspective on him. I see that he was about his business in a way. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how much fighting he actually did, but he definitely mobilized people up for themselves and stand their ground, so to speak. Right. All right. So these are the early riots, right? These are going to be riots that I'm discussing tonight. These are some of the early riots between April 13th and July 14th. Some of these joints, I'm gonna get to on a later date, but these first two events I'm going to talk about right now, we're going to talk about them tonight. So on April 13th in rural Georgia, the riot of Jenkins County led to 6 unalivements and the destruction of various property by arson, including the Carswell Grove Baptist Church and 3 black Masonic lodges in Millen, Georgia. On May 10th, which is today, right? On May 10th, 1919, the Charleston riot resulted in the injury of 5 white people and 18 black men, along with the unalivement of 3 others, Isaac Doctor, William Brown, and James Talbot, all black. Following the riot, the city of Charleston, South Carolina, imposed martial law. A naval investigation found that 4 U.S. sailors and 1 civilian, all white men, initiated the riot. Then we got in early July, a white race riot in Longview, Texas, led to the unalivements of at least 4 men and destroyed the foundational black American housing district in the town. On July 3rd, local police in Bisbee, Arizona, attacked the 10th U.S. Cavalry, a foundational black American unit known as the Buffalo Soldiers that formed in 1866. Okay, wow. So they attacked the U.S. U.S. Army unit in Arizona, way out. Okay. All right. And then you got on July 14th, you got the Garfield Park riot, which took place in Garfield Park, Indianapolis, where multiple people, including a 7-year-old girl, were wounded when gunfire broke out. Um, the Washington D.C. and North. This is July 19th through the 23rd. So right. So beginning on July 19th, Washington D.C. had 4 days of mob violence against black individuals and business perpetuated by white men, many of them in their military and in uniforms of all 3 services, in response to the rumored arrest of a black man for grape of a white woman. The men rioted, randomly beat black people in the street, and pulled others off streetcars for attacks. When police refused to intervene, the black population fought back. The city closed saloons and theaters to discourage assemblies. Meanwhile, the 4 white-owned local papers, including the Washington Post, ginned up weeks of hysteria, fanning the violence with incendiary headlines calling in at least one instance for a mobilization of a cleanup operation. After 4 days of police inaction, President Woodrow Wilson mobilized the National Guard to restore order. The violence ended. A total of 15 people had died, 10 white people, including 2 police officers, and 5 black people. Okay. 50 people were seriously wounded, and another 100 less severely wounded. It is one of the few times in the 20th century white on black riots that white fatalities outnumber those of black people. Man, I'm going to enjoy talking about that one, man. When we get to Washington, D.C.'s race riot, which was one of the worst, I'm going to enjoy talking about that one, man. I might gotta get nice and toasty for that one. Um, yeah, I'm liking the way that sounded right there, because it's one of the few times it was like that. Every other time, most of these going to be pretty heart wrenching, man. So like I told y'all before, man, put your emotions to the side. You feel me? And if you is gonna get emotional, you know what I mean. Let it be anger, man, and let you do something about it. You know what I'm saying? Do something about it, man. Let this change your life here. You know what I'm saying? Change your perspective on this stuff. The NAACP sent a telegram of protest to President Woodrow Wilson, which says, quote, the shame put upon the country by the mobs, including the United States soldiers, sailors, and Marines, which have assaulted innocent and unoffending Negroes in the national capital. Men in uniform have attacked Negroes on the streets and pulled them from streetcars to beat them. Crowds are reported to have directed attacks against any passing Negro. The effect of such riots in the national capital of antagonism will be to increase bitterness and danger of outbreaks elsewhere. Mm. National Association of the Advancement of Colored People calls upon you as President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the nation to make statement condemning mob violence and to ensure such military law as situation demands. End quote. So as you see, man, the NAACP wrote President Woodrow Wilson, right? He's the Commander-in-Chief. Right there in the city of Washington, D.C., you had Army veterans, Marines, Navy, SEALs, or whatever, in uniform attacking random black people in the street. The police were told not to respond, don't help for days. And from the looks of it, it must have been, it must have been a direction coming straight from the White House, straight from President Woodrow Wilson, the staunch racist. He must have gave that order because he's the commander in chief and he got army veterans and stuff attacking black people in the streets, and the police ain't intervening. Let's keep it going, right? So on July 21st in Norfolk, Virginia, a white mob attacked a homecoming celebration for foundational black American veterans of World War One. At least 6 people were shot, and the local police called in Marines and Navy personnel to restore order. So they called in. So down in Norfolk, they called people from these same, from the Marines and the Navy to restore order. These are the same people that's up in Washington, D.C., you know what I'm saying, attacking black folks. These are the same people that they call to restore order in another city. All right, let's get to the Chicago riots, man. The Chicago riots are some of the most documented and notable race riots of 1919. So beginning on July 27th, the Chicago race riot marked the greatest massacre of the Red Summer. Chicago beaches along Lake Michigan were segregated by custom. When Eugene Williams, a black youth, swam into an area on the south side, customarily used by whites, he was stoned and drowned. Chicago police refused to take action against the attackers, and young black men responded with violence, which lasted for 13 days, with the white mobs led by the ethnic Irish. So they call them ethnic Irish because at that time, I don't think that they weren't yet considered white. I think after the Red Summer and after all the racial violence that they used against black people, that's when they finally became white. You see what I'm saying? That's when the established white Americans said, okay, you Irish, y'all might be niggers to us, but we're gonna make y'all white now since y'all shown your anti-blackness. This is what you got to understand about these immigrants and why they come over, whether they be Indians, whether they be Mexicans, whether they be Chinese, whatever they are. When they come over to the United States, they got to be anti-black. Like their whole idea is we want to be white. We don't want to get treated like the foundational black Americans. And the way historically they've been able to be absorbed in the whiteness as immigrants is to attack foundational black Americans and to be anti FBA. That goes for the African immigrants too. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of these groups, they know that they'll never be white because they aren't white, but they're fine playing second fiddle. They're fine uh they're fine being seconds to the white folks as long as they're not in that third class status like we are. You see what I'm saying? Like it's and I know that may be hard for some of y'all to hear that we're basically like third class citizens, in some instances potentially fourth class citizens. I know it's hard to hear, man, but you gotta face reality of the situation here. And this is why Trump getting rid of these immigrants is actually a plus for us. I don't care what you say. Yo, I think I'm back, man. I think I'm back. I think I'm back. I apologize about that, family. I'm not really sure what's up with the connection, man. Last time I did a live stream, they kind of did me the same way last time. So, uh, pardon me, man. And if you do in the chat, if you are watching, man, give me some feedback in the chat, man. So I know that you can hear me. You know what I'm saying? Like I get a lot of y'all that come in and out. You know, y'all come in and out. Y'all don't really leave no chat, man. If you can leave a chat, if you can hear me, just let me know you can hear me, man. Because I don't know what's up with it. They be cutting our streams or whatnot. I don't know if I'm saying the wrong stuff. I know I got a small following here, and they're going to come down on me a lot harder than they're going to come down on your average live streamer that tend to get away with anything because they got that large following. These takes I'm giving are controversial, so it may be they may be trying to f with me. So if you in here, um, just let me know you can hear me. You feel me? Just let me know that I'm still going because I don't know at what points things is cutting off. And when I finish this live stream, I'm not sure what it's going to look like. You see what I'm saying? Because last time I did a live stream, which was a week ago, man, I talked for like an hour straight. And then they cut my live stream off in between, and when I went back and looked at it, instead of them giving me all the time on here, they only gave me like 15 minutes per live stream, and I talked for like an hour straight. So this live stream going to be a very long live stream. I mean, from what I'm looking at, I've already been on here 45 minutes. I ain't even got to the main topic yet. So, like I said, if you in here, man, if you come in and out, man, just say what up or something, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? It don't cost nothing to leave a comment, leave a like, nothing. You know what I'm saying? Your boy do a lot of research here for this stuff, man, and I'm trying to give you this game. So, you know what I mean? It just helped, man. I'm gonna go back because I'm not sure when this thing got cut off, but we're gonna go back and I'm gonna give that brief overview of the Chicago riots one more time, just in case that thing got cut off. So, beginning on July 27th, the Chicago race riot marked the greatest massacre of the Red Summer. Chicago beaches along Lake Michigan were segregated by custom when Eugene Williams, a black youth, swam into an area on the south side, was stoned and drowned. Chicago action against the attackers and young black men. And like I mentioned before, they cut me off. Um, they refer to the Irish as ethnic Irish because at that time they were not yet accepted and considered white Americans. Of course, after these riots and events of 1919 and following years, all black Americanness eventually led to them being accepted by the white Americans as white. And that's why they're white now, and that's why they the ops like the rest of them now. You know what I'm saying? And like I mentioned, I don't know if it was because I brought up Trump and the immigrants or whatever. I don't know if that's what had them cut me off or what. I mean, I don't know, but this history go to show that the immigrants are not our friends. They're not our allies, regardless of whatever the Democrats and people like Jasmine Crockett say. All right, I'm gonna just leave it at that. You know what I mean? Before I run into issues one more time. So white mobs destroy hundreds of mostly black homes and businesses on the south side of Chicago. The state of Illinois called in a militia force of 7 regiments, several thousand men, to restore order. The riots resulted in casualties that included 38 fatalities, 23 blacks and 15 whites, 527 injured, and 1,000 black families left homeless. Other accounts reported 50 people were unalived, with unofficial numbers and rumors reporting even more. Labor activist William Z. Foster, a white man, among other observers, referred to the unalivements as an anti-Negro pogrom and pointed out the connections between this pogrom and the pogroms which were taking place in the former Russian Empire against Jewish communities by all communist forces. This might have been where they might have cut me off where I started talking about the Jews, maybe. I'm not even going to get into whatever I said, man, because I did make a comment. I think that's what it might have been. I made a comment after this regarding that community, and basically, I mentioned that we could learn a lot from their unity, right, and the way that they operate, and the fact that that they stick together. Um, you know what I'm saying? And I won't get in no more deeper than that. Uh, So in mid to late August, on August 12th, at an annual convention, the Northeastern Federation of Colored Women's Clubs denounced the rioting and burning of Negro homes, asking President Wilson to use every means within your power to stop the rioting in Chicago and the propaganda used to incite such. At the end of August, the NAACP protested again to the White House, noting the attack on the organization's secretary in Austin, Texas, the previous week. Their telegram read, "The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People respectfully inquires how long the federal government under your administration intends to tolerate anarchy in the United States." The Knoxville riot in Tennessee started on August 30th through 31st after the arrest of a black suspect on suspicion of unaliving a white woman. Searching for the prisoner, a lynch mob stormed the county jail where they liberated 16 white prisoners, including suspected murderers. The white mob attacked the foundational Black American Business District, where they fought against the district's black business owners, leaving at least 7 unalived and more than 20 wounded. Um, of course, that's another pattern that you'll notice throughout this series, right? There's going to be all these rumors of a black man doing something to a white woman, right? And then also there's a lot of stories about these lynch mobs that storm the jail, right? Whenever there's a black man arrested for something along those lines, these lynch mobs storm the jail and they take the man out the jail and then they do whatever they want to the man, right? We're going to hear that story happen over and over and over again. And also, if you haven't noticed the pattern already, that these local police officers do nothing. Um, and it seems like this President Woodrow Wilson was he was really bad, man. He was a super racist, right? Super racist. And he let this stuff go on all year long. Um, uh, okay. Let's talk about Omaha, right? So in Omaha, Nebraska, on September 28th through the 29th, the race riot of Omaha, Nebraska erupted after a mob of over 10,000 ethnic whites from South Omaha attacked and burned the county to force the release of a black prisoner accused of raping a white woman. The mob lynched the suspect, Will Brown, hanging him and burning his body. The group then spread out, attacking black neighborhoods and stores on the north side, destroying property valued at more than $1 million. This is $1 million back then. Once the mayor and governor appealed for help, the federal government sent U.S. Army troops from nearby forts, who were commanded by Major General Leonard Wood, a friend of Theodore Roosevelt and the leading candidate for the Republican nomination for president in 1920. Then we got here the Elaine Massacre in Wilmington, September 30th, all the way going into November. On September 30th, a massacre occurred against blacks in Elaine, Phillips County, Arkansas, being distinct for having the event erupted from the resistance of the white minority against the organization of labor by black sharecroppers, along with the fear of socialism. Planters opposed such efforts to organize and thus tried to disrupt their meetings in the local chapter of the Progressive Farmers and Household Union of America. In a confrontation, a white man was fatally shot and another wounded. The planters formed a militia to arrest the foundational black American farmers, and hundreds of whites came from the region. They acted as a mob, attacking black people over 2 days at random. During the riot, the mob unalived an estimated 100 to 237 black people, while 5 whites also passed in the violence. Arkansas Governor Charles Hillman Brow, I'm not sure how I pronounce that last name, appointed a committee of 7 composed of prominent local white businessmen to investigate. The committee would conclude that the Sharecroppers Union was a socialist enterprise and established for the purpose of banding Negroes together for the unaliving of white people. Man, come on now. We know that's cat, man, but this is what they do, man. This is what they do. The report generated such headlines as the following in the Dallas Morning News. Negroes seized in Arkansas riots confess to widespread plot. Planned massacre of whites today. Man, come on, man. This is the propaganda that they push, man. And they do just I just gave you the numbers of the black folks that passed away compared how they talking about Negroes banned for a planned massacre when only five white folks were unalive compared to almost 200 black folks. But all right, man. I think I'm back, man. We just make sure we got all right. Okay, getting some likes or whatever. That's cool. All right, man. Like I said, I'm figuring out what's going on, man. Every time they do it, they try to disconnect me. I think I know what to do now to get it back working right. So like I said, I'm new to this family. If you're watching this on the playback, man, pardon me, man. Just work with your boy, man. Man, we getting better, man. We getting better, man, with time. You know what I'm saying? Just give me some time, man. Be patient with your boy, man. I'm working with limited resources right now. Uh, we're gonna get back talking to the talk about the Elaine massacre. All right, so on September 30th, a massacre occurred against blacks in Elaine, Phillips County. You know what? You know what? Let's keep it pushing, right? Um, let's keep it pushing, man, because I'm already at like an hour here. So we still just on the back view. We still just on the background of all this. Uh, Nah, you know what? You know what? Let me just keep going. Let me just keep reading this. Like I said, it's gonna be a long live stream, man. And at least I figured out how to keep the live stream going, where I ain't gotta break it up into multiple parts. So we're gonna just keep it pushing. Uh, so the event erupted from the resistance of a white minority against the organization of labor by black sharecroppers, along with the fear of socialism. Planters opposed such efforts to organize and thus tried to disrupt their meetings in the local chapter of the Progressive Farmers and Household Union of America. In a confrontation, a white man was fatally shot and another wounded. The planters formed a militia to arrest the foundational black American farmers, and hundreds of whites came from the region. They acted as a mob, attacking black people over 2 days at random. During the riot, the mob unalived an estimated 100 to 237 black people, while five whites also died in the violence. Arkansas Governor Charles Hillman Brow appointed a committee of seven composed of prominent local white businessmen to investigate. The committee will conclude that the Sharecroppers Union was a socialist enterprise and established for the purpose of banding Negroes together for the unaliving of white people, which was cat. All right. The report generated such headlines as the following in the Dallas Morning News. Negro seized in Arkansas riots confessed to widespread plot planned massacre of whites today. Cat. All right. Several agents of the Justice Department Bureau of Investigation spent a week interviewing participants, though speaking to no sharecroppers. The Bureau also reviewed documents filing a total of 9 reports stating there was no evidence of a conspiracy of sharecroppers to unalive anyone. The local government tried 79 black people who were all convicted by all white juries. The 12 were sentenced um, to unalivement for murder. As Arkansas and other southern states had disenfranchised most black people at the turn of the 20th century, they could not vote, run for political office, or serve on juries. The remainder of the defendants were sentenced to prison terms of up to 21 years. Appeals of the convictions of 6 of the defendants went to the U.S. Supreme Court, which reversed the verdicts due to failure of the court to provide due process. This was a precedent for heightened federal oversight of defendants' rights in the conduct of state criminal cases. All right. On November 13th, the Wilmington race riot was violence between white and black residents of Wilmington, Delaware. So we're gonna get into that later on. You know that occurred in November. But what I'm gonna do with Wilmington, because that's kind of in my backyard. We're gonna talk about Wilmington, Delaware, in this race riot here in particular. When I talk about the Pennsylvania race riots. All right. So some of the other events. A white woman named Ruth Meeks accused a black man named John Hartfield of attacking and raping her on June 9th, 1919 in Ellisville, Mississippi. Mobs hunted down Hartfield as he ran for his life, but the mobs eventually shot and captured Hartfield on June 24th as he tried to board a train. He was held in jail, but mobs eventually came back and took him away, as the sheriff allowed them to. The mob had a doctor treat Hartfield for his gunshot wound so the mob could organize his unalivement in the way they saw fit. Wow. Okay. On June 26, 1919, the mob took Hartfield to a field in Ellisville, Mississippi. They cut off his fingers and they hung him from a tree branch and shot him over 2,000 times. When the rope was severed and Hartfield fell from the tree, the mob then burned his body. 10,000 whites came to the field to see Hartfield's unalivement. Vendors sold trinkets and photographs. Newspapers reported that a resentful Hartfield's last words were a warning for all men to think before they do wrong. This statement from the paper seemed highly unlikely due to the state of Hartfield's injuries and his attempt to run away for over a week before the mob got him. Damn, man, I ain't gonna hold you, man. That's some vicious stuff right there, man. To think about it, man. They had shot this man and he was running for his life. He was on the run for like almost a week. They shot him. Then they went and hired a doctor to go treat his gunshot wound. And then they went on to torture this man, man. They hired a doctor to heal his gunshot wound, or at least stop the bleeding, because he didn't really get a chance to really heal correctly, because this was only in a matter of a few days. But then they went and cut his fingers off, hung him from a tree, shot him 2,000 times, and then burned his body. Man. On September 8th, 1919, a white mob lynched Bowman Cook and John Marine during August of 1919 in Jacksonville, Florida. We're going to talk a little bit more about this one later. We're going to talk about this one today, so I'm going to skip this paragraph right here because we're going to talk about that later on in this live stream. On October 4th, there was a union strike at Gary's U.S. Steel Mill in Gary, Indiana. The strike was held by the white labor population of the mill as the union could not recruit the black worker support. To break this strike, U.S. Steel hired almost 1,000 local and non-local black strike breakers. These strike breakers were shipped into Gary for their safety, and they were provided cots, entertainment, and overtime pay. At the same time, U.S. Steel turned to theatrics and attempted to agitate the white strikers. They did this by first emasculating white strikers, then later by paying unrelated black residents of Gary to march in a parade toward the steel mill. On October 4th, 1919, hundreds of striking workers assaulted a stalled streetcar bearing 40 black strikebreakers. At first, the mob resorted to heckling, then throwing rocks, and eventually the mob dragged the strikebreakers from their streetcar and beat them, dragging them through the streets. The hysteria led to an 8-block mob, leaving many unconscious in its wake, leading to a state militia and federal troops stepping in to intervene. Martial law was enacted, and many historians agree that it was the riot of 1919 that broke the unions in Gary. So as you see here in Gary, Indiana, they had these white strikers, right? They was on strike for reasons that I already established. I already told you why they was going on strike. So they brought in these black workers to to come in and work for them, but at the same time they was hiring black residents. They was paying black residents of Gary to like stage a parade that led through the city over into the U.S. Steel Mill, which was supposed to like antagonize the white folks to eventually just attack the black folks, which is exactly what happened. So as we see these corporations use us as pawns. They've used us as pawns against white folks before. Got to be cognizant of that if they ever start that again. Which they will. They will. Excuse me. In response, right? This is the responses to the Red Summer. Response to the Red Summer, the African Blood Brotherhood formed in northern cities to serve as an armed resistance movement. Protests and appeals to the federal government continue for weeks. A letter from the National Equal Rights League dated November 25th appealed to Wilson's International Advocacy for Human Rights. We appeal to you to have your country undertake for its racial minority that which you forced Poland and Austria to undertake for their racial minorities. Let's talk about Haynes' report. I'm gonna get into the background of this brother right here before we start. Before we really get into these events. On October 1919, the October 1919 report by Dr. George Edmund Hayes is a call to national action, and it was published in the New York Times and other major newspapers. Haynes noted that lynchings were a national problem. As President Wilson, from 1889 to 1918, more than 3,000 people had been lynched. 2,472 were black men, and 50 were black women. Haynes said that states had shown themselves unable or unwilling to put a stop to lynchings and seldom prosecuted for the murderers. The fact that white men had also been lynched in the North, he argued, demonstrated the national nature of this overall problem. It is idle to suppose that murder can be confined to one section of the country or to just one race. He connected the lynchings to the widespread racial riots against blacks in 1919. Persistence of unpunished lynchings of Negroes fosters lawlessness among white men, imbued with the mob spirit, and creates a spirit of bitterness among Negroes. In such a state of public mind, a trivial incident can precipitate a riot. Disregard of law and legal processes will inevitably lead to more and more frequent clashes and bloody encounters between white men and Negroes in a condition of potential race war in many cities of the United States. Unchecked mob violence, hatred, and intolerance, making impossible free and dispassionate discussion not only of race problems, but questions in which of race and sections differ. Let me see, man. Let me see. It's a long article here, man. Keep going. Like I said, man, yeah. This gonna be a long. It's gonna be a long. It's gonna be a long live stream, man. We're gonna keep going. The Lust Committee. Let's see what the Lust Committee talking about. So the Joint Legislative Committee to investigate seditious activities, popularly known as the Lust Committee, was formed in 1919 by the New York State Legislature to investigate individuals and organizations in New York State suspected of sedition. The committee was chaired by freshman state senator Clayton R. Lusk of Cortland County, who had a background in business and conservative political values, referring to radicals as alien enemies. Only 10% of the four-volume work constituted a report, while the rest reprinted material seized in raids and supplied by witnesses, much of it detailing European activities or surveyed efforts to counteract radicalism in every state, including citizenship programs and other patriotic educational activities. Other raids targeted the left wing of the Socialist Party and the industrial workers of the world. When they analyzed the materials they hauled away, it made much of attempts to organize American Negroes and call revolutions in foreign language magazines. Okay. Press coverage in midsummer, in the middle of the Chicago racial violence against blacks, a federal official told the New York Times that the violence resulted from an agitation which involves the IWW Bolshevism and worst features of other extreme radical movements. He supported that claim with copies of Negro publications that called for alliances with leftist groups, praised the Soviet regime, and contrasted the courage of jailed Soviets Eugene V. Debs with the schoolboy rhetoric of traditional black leaders. Times characterized the publications as vicious and apparently well financed, mentioned certain factors of the radical socialist elements, and reported in all under the headline Reds Tried to Steer Negroes to Revolt. In late 1919, Oklahoma's Daily Ardmorite published a piece with the headline describing evidence found of Negro society that brought on rioting. In response, some black leaders, such as Bishop Charles Henry Phillips of the Colored Methodist Episcopal Church, asked black people to shun violence in favor of patience and moral, uh, Sousan, whatever. Phillips opposed propaganda favoring violence, and he noted the grounds of injustice to the black people. Phillips was based in Nashville, Tennessee. He says, I cannot believe that the Negro was influenced by Bolshevist agents in the part he took in the rioting. It is not like him to be a traitor or a revolutionist who would destroy the government. But then the reign of mob law to which he has so long lived in terror and the injustices which he had to submit have made him sensitive and impatient. Oh man, this dude's he sound like he was on that Martin Luther King stuff, man. He ain't want nobody to fight back. He want us to just be patient. Who is this dude, man? Charles Henry Phillips, man. Man, yeah, I ain't feeling that. Let's keep going. The connection between black people and Bolshevism was widely repeated. Damn, so they all right. This is funny, man. So they was trying to compare us to Russians back then, right? Remember they was calling us Russian bots. They was calling us Russian bots a few years back, man. Remember they was calling us Russian bots because we was talking about we wanted reparations. They said we was Russian bots. So they always try to compare us to some Russians. Make sure y'all take note of that. They always want to compare us to Russians like we got something to do with Russia. Okay. Um, yeah. In August 1919, the Wall Street Journal wrote, race riots seem to have for their genesis Bolshevists, a Negro, and a gun. The National Security League repeated that reading of events. And presenting the Haynes report in early October, the New York Times provided a context which his report did not mention. Haynes documented violence and inaction on a state level. Exactly. The Times saw bloodshed on a scale amounting to local insurrection as evidence of a new Negro problem because of the influence that are now working to drive a wedge of bitterness and hatred between the two races. Until recently, the Times said black leaders showed a sense of appreciation for what whites had suffered on the behalf and fighting the Civil War that bestowed on the black man opportunities far in advance of those he had in any other part of the white man's world. Now militants continued, quote, every week the militant leaders gain more headway. They may be divided into general classes. One consists of radicals and revolutionaries. They are spreading Bolshevist propaganda. It is reported that they are winning many recruits among the colored race. When the ignorance that exists among Negroes in many sections of the country is taken into consideration, the danger of inflaming them by revolutionary doctrine may be apprehended. The other militant leaders confine their agitation to a fight against all forms of color discrimination. They are for a program on uncompromising protest to fight and continue to fight for citizenship rights and full democratic privileges. End quote. As evidence of military and Bolshevism, the Times named W.E.B. Du Bois and quoted his editorial in The Crisis, which he edited. Quote, today we raise the terrible weapon of self-defense. When the armed lynchers gather, we too must, end quote. When the Times endorsed Haynes' call for a biracial conference to establish some plan to guarantee a greater protection, justice, and opportunity to Negroes that will gain the support of law-abiding citizens of both races, it endorsed discussion with those Negro leaders who are opposed to militant methods. Hang on real quick. All right. In mid October, sources provided the Times with evidence of Bolshevist propaganda appealing to American black communities. This account set red propaganda in the black community into a broader context since it was paralleling the agitation that is carried on in the industrial centers of the North and West, where there are many alien laborers. The Times described newspaper magazines and so called Negro betterment organizations as the way propaganda about the doctrines of Lenin and Trotsky was distributed to black people. It cited quotes from such publications which contrasted the recent violence in Chicago and Washington, D.C., with Soviet Russia, a country in which dozens of racial and lingual types have settled any differences and found a common meeting ground, a country which no longer oppresses colonies, a country from which the lynch rope is banished, and in which racial tolerance and peace now exist. The Times noted a call for unionization. Negroes must form cotton workers' unions. Southern white capitalists know that the Negroes can bring the white bourbon South to its knees, so go to it. Coverage of the root causes of the riot against black people in Elaine, Arkansas evolved as the violence stretched over several days. A dispatch from Helena, Arkansas to the New York Times detailed October 1st saying, returning members of the white posse brought numerous stories and rumors, through all of which ran the belief that rioting was due to propaganda distributed among the Negroes by white men. The next day's report added detail. Additional evidence has been obtained of the activities of propagandists among the Negroes, and it is thought that a plot existed for a general uprising against the whites. A white man had been arrested and was alleged to have been preaching social equality among the Negroes. Part of the headline was Trouble Traced to Socialist Agitators. A few days later, a Western newspaper union dispatch captioned a photo using the words captive Negro insurrectionists. Boy, that propaganda was strong, wasn't it? They was on that bullshit. Um, So, government activity during the Chicago racial violence against people of color, the press was incorrectly told by the Department of Justice officials that the IWW, socialists, and Bolshevists were spreading propaganda to breed race hatred. FBI agents filed reports that leftist views were winning converts in the black community. One cited the work of the NAACP urging the colored people to insist upon equality with white people and to resort to force if necessary. J. Edgar Hoover, at the start of his career in government, analyzed the riots for the Attorney General. He blamed the July Washington, D.C. riots on numerous assaults committed by Negroes upon white women. Man, get the man. Miss me with all that, man. We already know these women be lying. We already know these women be lying, man. See, now what they do, right? Since now that the white women don't accuse well, they still do accuse us of grape, but instead of mob violence, now they look for the rich, prominent black man, right? They look for Shannon Sharp, right? They look for Shannon Sharp now. They have consensual relationships with him, and then they come back 20 years. They look for Smokey Robinson and Bill Cosby, and then they come back years later, and then they just get money. So instead of lynch mobs and stuff like that, now they just financially castrate black men. That's what they do now. Let's see, man. From the October events in Arkansas, he blamed certain local agitation in a Negro. A more general cause he cited was propaganda of a racial nature. He charged that socialists were feeding propaganda to black-owned magazines such as The Messenger, which in turn aroused their black readers. He did not note the white perpetrators of violence, whose activities local authorities documented. Right, he just ignored that part. Just ignore that. As chief of racial division within the United States Department of Justice, Hoover began an investigation activities and targeted Marcus Garvey because he thought his newspaper Negro World preached Bolshevism. He authorized the hiring of black undercover agents to spy on black organizations and publications in Harlem. So they started the whole hiring black agents back then. They started that way back then. On November 17th, Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer reported to Congress on the threat that anarchists and Bolsheviks posed to the government. More than half the report and the summer's rioting. It faulted the leadership of the black community for an ill-governed reaction toward race rioting. In all discussions of the recent racial riots against blacks, there is reflected to note of pride that the Negro has found himself, that he has fought back, that never again will he tamely submit to violence and intimidation. It described the dangerous spirit of defiance and vengeance at work among the Negro leaders. Okay. So I like how they end that there. So they saying that this summer right here, right, this red summer of 1919 was the turning point in American history where black folks fought back finally in large numbers, unified against white terrorism. And ever since then, we've been fighting real strong. Like granted, we fought before that. We know about the rebellions and everything that we've done before. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, let me I see that they y'all give me a second, family. All right, man. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. So what I want to do now is that's the backstory, man. So that's like I talked for a hot minute right there, man. Then that's just the backstory of the Red Summer. Um, like I said, I'm gonna break this live stream up into multiple videos in the very near future, and actually give you guys a lot of visuals. But for now, we just gonna keep going. What I wanted to do, I wanted to talk about the brother who documented all these race riots. He put forth a list which I'm going to follow, not necessarily in chronological order, but I'm gonna follow the list that he made. I want to talk about him and a little bit about his life before we actually get into these race riots. Second, while I pull up this information on this brother here. Okay, George Edmund Hayes. So this is the brother who worked for the New York Times. All right. I wanted to talk about his life a little bit, man, because he definitely had a remarkable career, and I got a lot of respect for this brother. So George Edmund Hayes, he was born on May 11th, 1880. He died on January 8th, 1960. He was a foundational Black American sociology scholar and federal civil servant, a co-founder and first executive director of the National Urban League, serving from 1911 to 1918. He was a graduate of Fisk University. He earned a master's degree at Yale University and was the first foundational black American to earn a doctorate degree from Columbia University, where he completed one in sociology. Born in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, he moved with his mother and sister to New York City in the Great Migration, the first Great Migration, and he lived and worked from there for most of his life. During the Woodrow Wilson administration, Haynes was appointed in 1918 as director of the newly established Division of Negro Economics in the Department of Labor. As part of an effort by the Democratic administration to build support from blacks for the war effort, they had disenfranchised. They had been disenfranchised by Democratic-dominated state governments across the South around the turn of the 20th century, so millions were without political representation. Haynes was one of the first analysts to write about black labor economics and later founded the social sciences department of Fisk University. He was a professor there for much of his career. At the National Urban League, he was also co-founder and patron of Opportunity, a journal of Negro life, an academic magazine that also published foundational black American literature and arts for more than 2 decades. So born in 1880 to Louise and Maddie Haynes in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Haynes attended segregated schools as a child. His mother was a domestic servant and his father was a day laborer. He had a younger sister. His family moved to Hot Springs, Arkansas to give their children more educational opportunities. Haynes was an ambitious student, which his mother supported. He studied at the Agriculture and Mechanical College for Negroes, now Alabama A&M University at Normal, Alabama, to prepare for upper-level work. Haynes enrolled in 1899 at Fisk University, a historically black college, and earned a BS in 1903, a Bachelor of Science. With his mother and son, excuse me, with his mother and sister, he moved to New York City as part of the Great Migration out of the Deep South. More than 1.5 million foundational black Americans moved from the rural South to the North and Midwest in this period up until 1940. Haynes was one of the first to write about that movement. In the second wave of the Great Migration from the 1940s through 1970, another 4.5 million foundational black Americans left the South, many going to the West Coast where the defense industry had grown. He completed his master's at Yale University in 1904. During the summers of 1906 and 1907, Haynes studied at the University of Chicago, where he became deeply interested in issues related to the migration of rural Southern foundational black Americans to the industrial cities of the North and Midwest. When he lived in New York City, he worked to support his mother and sister while taking sociology classes. He began to teach at Fisk University while completing his doctoral degree at Columbia University. It was customary for doctoral candidates to work on their degrees while teaching. Haynes received a sociology PhD in 1912 from Columbia University, becoming the first foundational black American to earn a doctorate from that university. He published his dissertation, The Negro at Work in New York, with Columbia University Press. He lived in New York for the most of the remainder of his life, while also serving for several years as a professor of economics and sociology at Fisk, establishing a clinical center for the training of students in social work. Uh, I want to touch on his education for a second, man, because just in case some of y'all don't know these institutions where he was educated, man. These are some of the top universities in the country and potentially the world, man. To be honest, man. And this is why I wanted to talk about them because I'm inspired reading uh, this brother's this brother's background. To be honest, man. As we know, man, Alabama A&M, that's one of the top. It's one of the top HBCUs in the country, right? Definitely a top 10 HBCU in my opinion. Fisk University, some would argue that Fisk University is the top HBCU in the country. I mean, of course, most people know about Howard University, and typically that that title goes to Howard University. But with Fisk University being such a smaller university compared to like it's a lot smaller, intimate. It kind of get overlooked, but Fisk University could potentially consider the top HBCU in the country, depending on who you ask. Um, I got to think for Fisk University, man. I had applied to Fisk University College, and they rolled the red carpet out for you, boy, they flew me down for like it was like a weekend for potential like prospective students to come check it out, right? They flew me down. I had to pay for them to fly me down there, man. They ended up giving me a full ride scholarship to Fisk University, but I ended up turning it down, right? Because I received a full ride scholarship from this PWI, right? This was at a time where I still kind of this was at a time, and I'm gonna be honest with you, family, that even I kind of thought that the white man's ice was colder, right? So I chose that PWI over Fisk University. Um, of course, my stint at the PWI didn't last long. I ended up actually dropping out of there and withdrawing after just a few weeks. Like I didn't even stay a full semester there, man. That's a story for another day, man. But to make a long story short, what happened at up at Lehigh University, man. Y'all look up Lehigh University, man. Lehigh University's got a very long history of racism against black people. But for whatever reason, I thought I would be immune to it because, well, not necessarily immune to it, but I didn't think it would affect me as much because I was a non-traditional student. I was an older student, so I'm like, you know what? I ain't worried about them young boys. Like, I ain't really trying to go to no parties with these little crackers anyway. So, but within the first couple weeks, man, they had the police, they had the university police on my ass. So I ended up just getting up out of there. There was no way I was going to stay there for 3 years, where they had the police on me after a week. You know what I'm saying? So I got up out of there. I went back to community college, and check this out. I went back to community college, and oh, uh, Fisk had reached back out to me just to check on me, and I told them what had happened at the PWI, and they were like, "Man, hey, man, you're getting you another scholarship." Now, granted, they had already gave me a full ride scholarship, but it wasn't the top scholarship they had. Now, at the end of that year at community college, can offer me what they called the presidential scholarship, which was the top scholarship that they offered. And it came with, like, me having my own dorm in the new dorm building. It came with a lot of perks, man, to be honest, man. But I still ended up turning that down because I guess like 2 days, like I think it was like 2 days prior to them offering me that scholarship, I had already committed to Cheney University, which also offered me, full ride, red carpet type scholarship. Of course, Cheney is nowhere near as it's nowhere as elite as Fisk University, man. It was convenient for me, and I got a lot of respect for Cheney University of Pennsylvania. So shout out to both Fisk University and Cheney, man. Let me keep going. Also, and I know I went off on a tangent there, bad. Also, these other colleges, man. He studied at University of Chicago. You know what I'm saying? That's a top school. That's up there with them Ivy League schools like Yale University, where he went, and Columbia University. You know what I'm saying? These are top colleges, man. Like potentially top universities in the entire world. And the brother was the first to get a PhD from Columbia University, man. So shout out to this brother here, man, George Edmund Hayes, man. Very remarkable, man. That's why I wanted to talk about him before we get started, because it, he organized this list of riots and racial conflicts that I'm following here. So I just want to give credit where it's due. Um, let's continue on about his life. So while traveling in the South and studying migration in the colleges during the summers, he met and married Elizabeth Ross. She was conducting similar studies of foundational Black American women. So after completing his master's, Haynes served as secretary to the Colored Men's Department of the International Committee of the YMCA. During this period, he visited historically black colleges, which had primarily been founded in the southern states since the Civil War. He worked to encourage students in academic success and help the colleges set high academic standards in a period in which there was tension in foundational Black American goals for seeking vocational or classical academic education. From his interest in education, Haynes established the Association of Negro Colleges and Secondary Schools, serving as secretary of that organization from 1910 to 1918. Haynes helped found the National Urban League from three organizations to assist in the urbanization of foundational Black Americans that was taking place. He served as its first executive director from 1911 to 1918. 18. He also was the co-founder of Patron of Opportunity, a journal of Negro life, an academic by the National Urban League. Under its founding editor, Charles S. Johnson, the journal also published foundational Black American literature and arts and encouraged it through playwriting competitions and related activities. Haynes also helped the New York School of Philanthropy, later the School of Social Work, and the NLUCAN at Columbia University in collaborative planning that resulted in the establishment of the first social work training center for Black graduate students at Fisk, known as the Bethlehem Training Center. Students were assigned to field work in various agencies, including branch offices of the NUL, National Urban League. Haynes directed the Bethlehem Center from 1910 to 1918. During the Great War, the Woodrow Wilson administration worked to build foundational Black American support for the war effort. At the turn of the century, FBAs in the South, where the vast majority, still lived, had been largely disenfranchised after white Democratic dominated legislatures passed various barriers to voter registration, ensuring that the Republican affiliated blacks were closed out of the political system. In addition, in the early years of his term, Wilson had lost support among blacks by enabling segregation of federal offices, which had been desegregated for decades. Um, he acceded to the demands of Southerners in his cabinet. This action was strongly protested by both individual blacks and whites, as well as by leading national organizations such as the NAACP and church groups. Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson led the new War Labor Administration, where he tried to mobilize black workers in the national war effort. In the buildup of the defense industries, both black and white workers were attracted to a new high-paying jobs, and there were often tensions between them due to competition for work. In 1918, the National Urban League held a conference urging appointment of Negro leaders to the Department of Labor. Haynes was its education secretary. Wilson appointed Haynes to direct the newly established Division of Negro Economics, where he served from 1918 to 1921. In October 1918, the division claimed control of the colored section of the Housing Corporation from the Department of Labor, with Haynes immediately removing his chief, foundational Black American lawyer and suffragist Jeanette Carter, who had been appointed earlier that month. The event was reported by the New York Age as one of the most peculiar cases of its kind on record in the department. With Wilson, Haynes developed a three-part program. Number one, organizing interracial committees of Negroes and whites from local bodies to promote mutual understanding and deal with problems of discrimination. Two, mounting a national publicity campaign to promote racial harmony and cooperation with the department's war effort. And three, developing a competent staff of Negro professionals to operate the division. Haynes operated through state and local organizations concentrating in the South, Northeast, and Midwest, the major areas affected by the Great Migration, where rapid social change was occurring in major cities. A total of 11 states had program committees by November 1918. They investigated conditions of Negro workers, educated Negroes and whites, helped in job placements, alleviating discrimination and racism, and developing recommendations for federal action. Damn, so this brother did a lot here, man. He's doing a lot right now, man. He's doing a whole lot, man. After the war, there was considerable social tension as returning veterans of all races tried to find work, and black veterans tried to gain better treatment after their war service. During the summer of 1919, racial riots of whites against blacks broke out in numerous cities during these tensions and economic strife. At that time, the Democratic-dominated Congress suspended funding for Haynes' division. Even with such opposition, proposed a major government program to help the nation's working Negroes. His vision would not be realized for many years, but he was a trailblazer. And we giving him his giving him his flowers today. You heard? He's getting his flowers today. As part of the unsuccessful campaign to get Congress to pass the dire anti-lynching bill, Haynes prepared and submitted to Congress in 1919 a five-part report why Congress should investigate race riots and lynchings. The House passed the bill, but the Senate, dominated by solid South Democrats, refused to act on it. Haynes served as an executive secretary of the Department of Race Relations of the Federal Council of Churches from 1921 to 1947. After retiring from Fisk University, Haynes taught at City College of New York from 1915 to 1959. He continued to be affiliated with the YMCA, surveying its work in South Africa in 1930 before apartheid was legally established, and in other African nations in 1947. Haynes was also a regional consultant for the YMCA in South Africa from 1942 to 1955. Okay, so I guess he was on some Pan African stuff. You know, Haynes passed away in King County Hospital in Brooklyn after a brief illness on January 8th, 1960. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Legacy and honors. Haynes and Ruth Standish Baldwin, co-founder of the National Urban League, are memorialized with a plaque in the Extra Mile Points of Light volunteer pathway located on the sidewalks of downtown Washington, D.C. All right. I just wanted to give a background on this brother because, like I said, his documentation is what I'm following here when we talk about these various racial incidents that occurred during this time. Give me a second. All right, man. So let's get into the main topic, right? I'm still gonna give a little backstory before we get into this, but we're gonna talk about Georgia right now. I'm gonna get into some of the more notable racial incidents that occurred in Georgia leading up to the Red Summer, right? Now, I'm gonna preface this by saying there was all type of lynchings going on in the South, in all these states, right? Even in the North, it was all kind of lynchings of black folks, right? I gave a number earlier on, right? Some 3,000 lynchings. Yeah, not everybody was black. You know, you had some Jewish people that got lynched. You had some, ethnic Italians or whatever that got lynched. There were some white folks that got lynched too, but the vast majority of the lynchings were black men, foundational black American men. And to be honest, not everything is documented, right? And even, like there's no telling exactly how many. Even that three, that's just a number. It was most likely more than that. You know what I'm saying? If they got 3,000 on the record, I'm pretty sure it was probably 6,000, potentially 9,000 or more that really happened. That just got swept under the rug. You know what I'm saying? So right now, right, I'm gonna get into Forsyth County. My people in Georgia, shout out to Georgia. Y'all know about Forsyth County. If I'm not mistaken, man, I think there was some out there. I think where them young brothers that got found on that mountain, if I'm not mistaken, that's in Forsyth County. Let me look that up. I forget the name of that mountain. Hold on. Bell Mountain. Let me see. Where's Bell Mountain at? Where's Bell Mountain located at? Hiawassee, Georgia. What is Hiawassee? What county is that? Hiawassee. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Uh, okay, that's Towns County. Okay, that all right. Towns County. All right, pardon me. That's not Forsyth County, but it's near Forsyth County though. You know what I'm saying? It's the same region. When I lived in Georgia, when I first moved down to Georgia, um, of course I came down from Philly, but I had already previously lived in the South. I lived in Houston, Texas for a little while, um, before going back to Philly, and then when I came down to Savannah, Georgia, I was working a job, and I asked some of the brothers down there. I said, "Hey, man, I'm new to Georgia, man. I ain't from the South. I'm from up north. Uh, where should I be careful at down here in Georgia? You know what I'm saying? Is there somewhere where should I be on the lookout? Because this is after the Ahmaud Arbery um, unalivement down there in Brunswick, Georgia, which is not far from Savannah, right? So I'm asking because I'm thinking about that situation where the young brother's just jogging and two white boys come up and just and just off him and then get off, and then of course we need to black folks got to mobilize and protest just for them to arrest these guys. So I'm asking, like, where should I be on the lookout? And everybody's like, oh man, you ain't got to worry about that no more, man. Ain't really no KKK no more, right? And this is what most people are telling me. Yeah, ain't really nowhere. You good in Brunswick? They telling me I'm good down Brunswick. Okay, cool. I had one older brother, and then of course a couple people did mention it after this particular brother. He said, you know what? To be honest, man, don't ever go to Forsyth County. And at the time I'm in Savannah, Georgia, so I'm like, man, where the hell is Forsyth County, right? I look it up on the map. I'm like, oh man, that's way away. But it made me think because I'm like, all right, everybody in Savannah, they saying, man, I ain't got to work nothing. But then they mentioned that. He said, man, don't ever go there. He said that if that's where them racist crackers is at. So I never forgot that. You know what I'm saying? So let's talk about Forsyth County for a second, man. This is prior to the Red Summer. So in Forsyth County, Georgia, in September of 1912, right? This is like 7 years prior, right? Two separate alleged attacks on white women in the Cumming area and black men being accused as suspects. First, a white woman reportedly awoke to find a black man in her bedroom. Then, days later, a white teenager beaten and raped, later dying from her injuries. Following the first alleged assault, a black preacher who made disparaging remarks about the victim was harshly beaten. So we don't know. So I'm going to assume here, right? This is pure conjecture, right? But if a black preacher made disparaging remarks about the victims, I'm pretty sure these women were most likely. Um, am I allowed to say the word? I'm gonna just say sex worker, right? Right. I prefer to use the original word, right? But I think that might be one of them banned words now, so I don't even want to go there. So these women might have been some type of sex workers, right? Um, that's just my conjecture, right? Just based. All right, family, man. We back, man. We back, man. It's like soon as I made these comments, man, it's like they get to messing with my live stream, man. So I gotta be careful, man. I'm trying to get my channel monetized here, man. So I want to give y'all the truth. I'm trying to get monetized here, man. I don't know. It's like they messing with me, man. Every time I say something controversial, it seems like they start messing with the live stream. But let's keep going, man. I'm gonna just keep going. I ain't even gonna double back to none of that. Okay. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Local law enforcement and locked the preacher inside the courthouse overnight to protect him from the mob waiting outside. Connection with the alleged assault were moved to Atlanta for their safety. A grand jury dropped the case months later. Okay, why a grand jury gonna drop the case, right? If these black men did what these white women said they did, why would the grand jury drop the case? All right, so there we go. So following the second alleged assault, a 16-year-old black boy was linked to the attack by a pocket mirror sold to him at a local store. He confessed under duress and implicated accomplices. Rob Edwards was one of the men arrested and held in a small jail in Cumming. He was taken from the jail by a white mob and shot and beaten until he passed. And his body was hanged from a telephone pole. The 16-year-old and an alleged accomplice were later convicted by an all-white jury and sentenced to livement by hanging, which was carried out weeks later in what became execution. So, so they saying this young boy, this young brother, 16 years old, he got linked attack because he was sold a pocket mirror from a local store, and I guess this pocket mirror uh was supposedly property of this white woman. So, he confessed arrest though, like, what I'm saying? So they probably had him in an interrogation room, probably beating the mess out of him. You know how these police do in these interrogation rooms. And he just, he gave him a story, told him, all right, man, he did it. So probably so they could stop beating on him. And he even, he probably said who else was involved, and he just gave out some names, you know what I'm saying? It's real unfortunate, man. But this led to all, uh being. So in the following months, a group of men called the Night Riders, future KKK members, right? They terrorized black citizens, warning them to leave in 24 hours. Those who resisted were subjected to further harassment, including shots fired into their homes and their livestock murdered. An estimated 98% of black residents of Forsyth County left. So we give a little background, right? So after the American Civil War, black enslaved persons in the South were emancipated and granted citizenship and the franchise through the constitutional amendments. By the turn of the 20th century, all Southern states disenfranchised blacks by passing constitutions and other laws to impede voter registration and voting. Passed such a law in 1908, resulting in the disenfranchisement of blacks in the state. In addition, the white dominated Southern legislatures passed laws imposing racial segregation in public facilities, and Jim Crow customs ruled. Most rural blacks worked as sharecroppers on white owned land, and were seldom able to get free from poverty. The 1906 Atlanta race riot was waged by whites against blacks and reflected tensions in a city that was rapidly changing. Dr. Ansel Strickland, a doctor in Cumming, Georgia, wrote a first-hand account saying that hundreds of blacks were were unalived by whites in the Atlanta riot. The rate of lynchings of blacks by whites in Georgia and the South had been high since the late 19th century, and accounts of lynchings were regularly published in local papers, often maintaining that the blacks were responsible, guilty either of a crime or poor attitude. So they talk about they was lynching brothers just because they wasn't on no shucking and jive and stuff. They call that poor attitude, man. If you ain't shucking jive and smile all up in their face, man, they damn near ready to lynch you. So lynchings were a means by whites to enforce white supremacy in social affairs and ensure that blacks stayed in line. The presence of mixed race individuals suggested that the official ban against interracial relationships was not absolute, including historical accounts of light skinned slaves being fathered by white owners. At the time of the 1910 census, Georgia's Forsyth County was recorded as having more than 10,000 whites, 858 blacks, and 440 mulattoes, or mixed race. So we already know what that's about. Um, we could say that it was always grape, but it wasn't always grape. Okay, so you have black women that actively search for these white men. We see it now. We see it now, and it wasn't no different back then. All right, so let's talk about this Ellen Grice incident. Right, on the night of September 5th, 1912, a white woman named Ella Grice alleged that a black man entered her bedroom. Awakened by him, she screamed, which caused him to flee. Within days, Forsyth County Sheriff William Reed detained Tony as a suspect, along with alleged accomplices Johnny Bates, Faith Chester, Isaiah Perkley, and Joe Rogers. The five men were placed in a small Forsyth County jail located near the Cumming Town Square. Ah man, see this story. I mean, granted, let me read this newspaper column right here. Right, the story of the reported. This is a newspaper. A short paragraph. It says the story of the reported criminal assault upon the young white woman, as told by those who have become familiar with it, is to the effect that the young white woman who was living with her mother after awakened by the presence of a Negro man in her bed. Screams frightened the Negro away, and he and his Confederate fled. So it's one Negro in the bed, but he's got another five brothers. Exactly where were these other, no, excuse me, these other four brothers? They claim it's one Negro in the bed that she don't know nothing about, right? She don't know nothing about this brother. She wakes up, he's in the bed. And then there's another four men. And where were they at? Were they outside? Were they in the bedroom just looking like, man, get out of here, man. It don't even sound right. So, all right. Let's talk about the assault on Grant Smith, right? Grant Smith, who is not one, is not sure. Oh, Grant Smith, that's the black preacher. So after the news came out about the attack on Grice, Grant Smith, a black preacher at a local coming church, was heard that the victim was a sorry white woman. Sorry white. Outraged whites horse whipped the preacher until law enforcement officials rescued him and took him inside the courthouse. Guards were stationed to protect Smith from further violence. They prevented the courthouse from being stormed. Smith was later transferred out for his safety. No one was ever arrested or tried for the assault on Smith. So he just called her a sorry white woman. I'm just wondering why he called her that, right? She probably had a little reputation around that town, man. She probably liked the BBC or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? And knew she was going to get caught by her mother. So instead of just, you know, being held accountable for her actions, like, you know, like typical most women out here, instead of being accountable, let's scapegoat the black man. Let's just scapegoat the black. That's typical, man. We done seen this story 1,000 times, man. White street patrols barbecue threatened to dynamite the town. What? Armed white men patrol coming to prevent such an. Come on, man. Dynamite the town. Where they get these phrases from, man? They gonna blow up the town? Like, get out of here, man. Fearing a race riot, Governor Joseph Mackey Brown declared martial law and activated 23 members of the National Guard from Gainesville who successfully kept the peace along with other Guard members from Marietta. Later that day, Sheriff Reed sent Howell, his four accomplices, and Smith to the Cobb County Jail in nearby Marietta for their safety. Smith, who was not under arrest, was released there. Fearing that a mob from Cumming was en route, Governor Brown arranged for the five prisoners to be moved again for their protection, this time to the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta. No mob formed in Marietta. Okay, so Tony Howell, police said that Tony Howell had confessed to the assault on Ella Grice, charged with assault with the intent to grape. A grand jury quietly dropped the case in February 1913 and he was never tried. What? What? So this is the brother that's supposedly in bed with this white woman. She wakes up startled and he runs out the room or whatever. Now, I guess she was never really raped, but apparently the brother confessed to it, but I'm thinking, you know, he probably confessed to it after being beaten, probably beaten damn near to death. And so he just confessed to it, said, okay, I did it. And they charged him with assault with the intent to grape, but not necessarily with grape. And then a grand jury dropped the case the next year, and he was never tried. I'm surprised by that, because typically they just going to lock him up anyway, but they dropped the case. So, I mean, you know, and like I said, man, a lot of these hard to really find details on them. I probably had to go to like some kind of county courthouse and really look up records and all that to really get the details here. But just know, man, you know, it's all cat. You know what I mean? It was all cat. So let's talk about this next assault, right? Some white girl named Mae Crow. On September 8th, 1912, Mae Crow, a white girl aged 18, went missing near Cumming. She was walking from home to her aunt's house nearby on Browns Bridge Road along the Forsyth Hall County line. The next day, searchers found the missing girl at noon in secluded woods about 1 mile from her house. She was lying face down in a pool of blood, and her throat had been slashed. She was still alive and breathing shallowly. Crow later passed from her injuries. Okay, the arrest of Ernest Knox. The scene where the girl was found, searchers found a small pocket mirror that was said to belong to Ernest Knox, a 16-year-old black boy. Police arrested him at home, taking him to the Hall County Jail in Gainesville to avoid the recent turmoil of coming. On the way, Knox having attacked Crow after being subjected to a form of torture known as mock lynching. So, all right, let me see, man. I never heard it. Hold on, before I continue, man. What is mock lynching? What the heck is mock lynching? Okay, okay. So, mm, okay. So essentially, mock lynching is basically, uh, okay, mock lynching, which involved putting a rope around the neck of someone who was suspected of concealing information. It was sometimes used to compel people to make confessions. Lynch mobs varied in size. Okay, so basically, it's like a lynching that doesn't result in death. It's like they choke you with the rope and they try to get you to spit out information. You know what I mean? It's a form of torture, basically. So they tortured this brother through mock lynching, and that made him confess to doing something to this white girl, which he didn't do. Right? I'm gonna go out there and say he ain't do it. So it says, Mock was said to have struck Crow from behind and dragged her down a gully in the woods. He allegedly assaulted the girl with a rock and raped her. Around midnight that day, Knox returned to the scene with three acquaintances: Oscar Daniel, 17, Oscar's sister, Trussie Jane Daniel, 22, and Jane's living boyfriend, Robert Edwards, 24. The men reportedly satisfied their lustful passions on the girl. Man, please, man. And they brought a girl there too. Man, come on, man. When word spread of the attack on Crow, a lynch mob began to form that afternoon at the Gainesville jail. That night, police officers took Knox by car to Atlanta to prevent a lynching. Yeah, man, that's cat, man. That's cat, bro. That don't even make sense, man. So they say he first they try to say, all right, he assaulted her with a rock and he raped her, and then they come back later that night with three more people, two more brothers and a sister, and apparently one of the brothers is the boyfriend of the sister, and then they all had their way with the girl. So she was still there, what, halfway unconscious, like, and then they came back later. Man, please, man, this is cat, man. This is cat, man. All right, so Robert Williams Lynch, Robert Edwards. Robert Edwards was arrested the next day as a suspect in Crow's attack and was taken to the county jail in Cumming. Sheriff Reed then left, leaving his deputy to protect the jail and his one prisoner. Later that day, a lynch mob attacked the county jail. See, the sheriff left so he could form a mob to come. That's why he left, probably, so he could get the mob ready. All right, so later that day, a lynch mob attacked the county jail. Some men gained entry. They dragged Edwards from his cell and hanged him from a telephone pole in the town square. He may have been shot. He may have been shot before being hanged. The Atlanta Georgian reported that the corpse was mangled into something hardly resembling a human form. Oh, man. All right, so the trial. So Trussie Daniel and her brother, Oscar Daniel, were also arrested as suspects, and their neighbor, Ed Collins, was held as a witness. See, they just bringing in anybody. You know what I'm saying? They come on now. They brought the neighbor in. They're like, what they bring the neighbor for? Like, they just be grabbing up anybody. But that's why I don't believe none of this stuff. I think it's all cat. So for the trial held in early October in Cumming, the governor again declared martial law. At the trial, Trussie Daniel testified as a witness and recounted the midnight attack on the victim by the men. Ernest Knox and Oscar Daniel were quickly convicted of rape and unalivement, or excuse, I think I could say murder, by an all-white jury of 11 farmers and one night watchman. The following day, on October 4th, both teenagers were sentenced to unalivement by hanging, scheduled for October 25th. State law prohibited public hangings. The scheduled execution was to be viewed only by the victim's family, a minister, and law enforcers. Gallows were built off the square in Cumming. A fence erected around the gallows was burned down the night before the execution. A crowd estimated at between 5,000 and 8,000 gathered to watch what became a public hanging of two youths. The total county population was around 12,000 at the time. So, by Georgia law, they wasn't supposed to do no public hangings, but these people burned down all the barricades and everything and watched it anyway. Almost the entire county came out to watch this thing, and this was all cat. I wonder if they don't mention anything about hanging the woman here, Trussie Daniel. So she just came out and basically threw the two brothers under the bus. They got hanged, and I guess they let her go. I don't, I don't know. So whatever. Aftermath, racial expulsion. After the trial executions, bands of white men known as Night Riders from Cherokee County and other nearby counties threatened and intimidated black inhabitants. These families either fled or were unalived, and their properties were stolen from them. Excuse me. Those that left fled to Hall County and Gwinnett County. In 1910, more than 1,000 black people lived in the county, which had more than 10,000 residents. Within the next 4 months following the events of September 1912, an estimated 98% of the black residents living in the county left due to the Night Rider threats or were unalived. Some property owners were able to sell, likely at a loss. The renters and sharecroppers left to seek safer places. Those who had to abandon property and failed to continue paying property tax eventually lost their lands, and whites took it over. Many black properties ended up in white hands without a sale and without a legal transfer of title. Much of this land was in the village of Oscarville, Georgia. Eventually, the village was submerged under the waters of Lake Lanier. Night Riders next moved on to Dawson County and Hall County, where they attempted to do the same. Reportedly, a few white residents tried to stop the Night Riders but were unsuccessful. They were finally stopped when the Hall County Sheriff arrested 11 of the Night Riders. The anti-black campaign was widespread across Appalachian, Georgia, with Forsyth being the third county to expel its black population after Towns and Union counties, whilst whites soon afterwards expelled blacks from the surrounding Fannin, Gilmer, and Dawson counties. Uh, the racial expulsion or ethnic cleansing of Forsyth County was among the events explored in Banished American Ethnic Cleansings, aired on PBS in 2015 in its Independent Lens series. The 2016 nonfiction book by author Patrick Phillips, Blood at the Root, A Racial Cleansing in America, examines the 1912 events in Forsyth County, along with later events, including the 1987 Forsyth County protest. Phillips said in an interview with Terry Gross that he first heard of the racial cleansing when he moved to the county with his parents at age 7. In 2020, soil from the site where Robert Edwards was lynched was donated to the Legacy Museum in Montgomery, Alabama, for display with soil from other lynching sites across the United States. In January 2021, a historical marker documenting the lynching of Robert Edwards was unveiled in downtown Cumming. Man. Before I move on, man, let's talk about Oscarville, Georgia, man. I just want to talk about Oscarville a little bit. Oscarville is a ghost town in Forsyth County, Georgia. Oscarville, a majority black town, is most famous for being a center location in a series of violent crimes and racially motivated riots that happened in 1912, driving away most of the black residents in Forsyth. All right, man. I'm back, man. I'm back, man. They keep messing with my live stream, man. Talk about Oscarville. I don't care what they trying to do. Oscarville is a ghost town in Forsyth County, Georgia. Oscarville, a majority black town, is most crimes and racially motivated riots that happened away most of the black residents in Forsyth County. In 1950, the remnants of the town were flooded during the construction of Lake Lanier. The site of Oscarville was located in northeastern Forsyth County, close to the border with Hall County. Oscarville was formed in the 1800s during a post war reconstruction. Oscarville was an agricultural community, and for most of its history, it was reported to be prosperous. Though not all residents of Oscarville were black, a large number, and many of those residents had achieved higher economic growth than other black communities of the time. Many of Oscarville's black residents had been freed from slavery after fighting in the war. In 1911, Oscarville had approximately 1,100 residents, 58 of whom owned land. 109 residents rented or worked as craftsmen in nearby towns such as Cumming. Other residents were employed as cotton hands. Oscarville residents were especially noted for their skill in raising poultry. In the months preceding the 1912 conflicts, racial tensions in the area still remained high from the 1906 Atlanta race riot. In 1912, and this 1906 Atlanta race riot, man, that's a whole nother story. I'm not going to get into that here, man. I've already been going strong here with what I got outlined, so we're not going to go back to 1906. But maybe I'll talk about that another day. In 1912, several white farmers in the area were under economic stress, which they blamed on black landowners. Several months prior to the events at Oscarville, a dispute between a black boy and a white girl at a peach orchard in nearby Plainville had turned into an attempted lynching of several black men. Black residents of Plainville resisted, and the situation escalated into a shootout, which resulted in the unalivement of the white sheriff of Plainville. Wow. Okay. Information about the 1912 conflicts can at times be conflicting or hard to find due to a lack of available records. There are no available arrest records for several of the events involved in the conflict, including the beating of Grant Smith, the lynching of Rob Edwards, and any of the following Night Rider attacks. The Forsyth County newspaper was founded in 1908, but has no available archives before 1917. See, I mentioned that earlier. A lot of this stuff is kind of hard to come by. You can't find the information, especially not online. So, uh, you know, some of this stuff I'm not really going to be able to even touch on. In some incidents, I'm only going to be able to give but so much information because it's just not available. While other events they do have a lot of information on. So, you know, just bear with me, family. So the Ella Grice incident. All right, we just talked about the Ella Grice incident. Uh, you know what? And then the May and then this May Crow. Oh, it seems like they got some different information here. Like maybe the wording is a little bit different. I'm not really going to get into that because we just talked about that. So let's go down here. Attacks by night riders. So starting the day of May Crow's funeral, groups of white individuals calling themselves night riders carried out group attacks where whites on horseback would use the cover of night to descend on the black communities of Forsyth County with the intention of inflicting property damage and injury for the purpose of expunging Forsyth County of all black residents. Because of the short amount of time between the attacks on Ella Grice and May Crow, white locals believed that a black insurrection was causing a spree of grapes. In Oscarville, firebombs were thrown into a local church, which was a community hub for Oscarville, similarly to other communities at the time. Many of the night riders involved arson. These attacks happened regularly for several months. Many residents of Oscarville passed away in these attacks. Uh, Chattahoochee River in Hall County. Excuse me, hold on real quick. All right. In 1912, there were 1,098 black residents in Forsyth County, amounting to 10% of the population. Because of the danger and instability caused by the night riders, most of the black residents of Forsyth County left Forsyth County during September and October of 1912. Within a few years, 98% of the black residents of Oscarville had either left Forsyth County or had been unalived for refusing to leave. Many of the fleeing residents settled just to the north in Hall County, where they would bring their poultry rearing skills and lead to the growth of the poultry industry in Gainesville, while many others continue farther north as part of the Great Migration. In the 1912 racial conflict at Forsyth County is not considered unusual as occurrence, instead part of a noted pattern of violent incidents that took place in the United States between the 1860s and the 1920s, wherein white communities would attempt to forcibly expel all black residents from their communities. The 1912 racial conflict was one of multiple such incidents occurring in northern Georgia at the time. However, the expulsions at Forsyth County are considered unusual for the level of success they achieved in removing the black presence in local communities. For comparison, similar attempts in neighboring Hall County led to arrests within the first week, causing the movement to quickly peter out. I never heard that phrase in peter out or petter out. I ain't never heard that, but okay. Because of the urgency of their situation, black landowners attempting to leave often had no choice but to sell their land at prices far below what the land was worth and far below what they themselves had paid for the land. Other families were unable to sell their property before leaving, thus receiving no compensation. Many times, after a black family fled, any property they had left behind would be destroyed and any livestock unalived. White residents would later take advantage of adverse possession laws intended to make better use of abandoned land to take possession of land left behind by black residents without having to pay the previous owners for it. In 1987, following a civil rights march, an inquiry was launched into the possibility of repatriation for land taken from black residents without due legal process. However, due to the amount of times the land has been sold and passed down since its seizure, the county did not repatriate any land, and any future repatriation is unlikely. See, this is part of the reason why we need reparations, man. You see what I'm saying? These white folks then took land from us in so many different ways, whether it was eminent domain or just racial terrorism, where they take our land, man. Either we don't get the right compensation for it, or we get no compensation at all. You know what I'm saying? And then we get these immigrants that come in here and be like, damn, well, you blacks have been here for 100 years and y'all ain't progressed or nothing. And they don't have no respect for the history and the struggles that we done been through. That's why I don't see none of these immigrants no different from white folks, even though they may not have a history of doing these things that white people have done. Given the opportunity to do it, they'll do the same thing to us that the white folks have done. We see it in Los Angeles, California. We see it in Los Angeles, California with the Mexicans. They do the same thing to the black folks in Los Angeles. They run them out. They run them out of their communities, firebombing their houses, drive-by shootings on little girls playing jump rope on the sidewalk. It ain't really no different, family. It really ain't no different, man. And we've seen this a thousand times before. So, in the decades following the 1912 expulsions, land that had formerly been part of Oscarville was gradually sold to the government. Growing demand for water in surrounding cities such as Atlanta led to the development of plans for a man made reservoir. Plans for construction of the Buford Dam were approved in 1947. The dam, situated on the Chattahoochee River, would regulate flooding and lead to the formation of Lake Lanier. The remains of Oscarville were flooded in 1950 during the lake's construction. Named after Confederate veteran and poet Sidney Lanier, Lake Lanier was completed in 1956. Oscarville is supposedly one of the multiple drowned towns beneath Lake Lanier. Local legend alleges Lake Lanier to be haunted. One commonly claimed reason for the supposed haunting is the high number of drowning deaths. Over 500 unalivements between the lake's formation and 2021. 200 unalivements occurred between 1994 and 2020. Underwater debris such as trees and buildings contribute to this drowning rate. The abandoned structures at Oscarville were not demolished before being flooded. turning the structures into underwater hazards. Another commonly cited reason for the supposed haunting is that several cemeteries were not relocated before the flooding, and as of 2023, they remain at the bottom of the lake. Man, that's creepy, man. Like they ain't even relocate the they ain't even relocate or intern them burials to another cemetery, man. Yeah, yeah, man. That lake, yeah, that thing haunted. That thing haunted for sure. Um, Later racial tensions. Following the 1912 expulsions, the borders of Forsyth County were enforced as white only until as recently as the 1980s. Some white children growing up in Forsyth County were raised with the explanation that the white residents of Forsyth had driven out all the black residents in order to protect the county's white women. Man, please, man, ain't nobody worry about them white women, man. They ain't even all that. They ain't even all that. In 2019, Forsyth County's population remained only 3.6. County to teach the story of Oscarville have led to resistance, criticizing the efforts as critical race theory. Interesting. In January 1987, the Civil Rights March called the Brotherhood March took place in Forsyth County, led by Hosea Williams. RIP Hosea. Locals and other white counter protesters are reported to have thrown rocks at the demonstration. Winfrey, at the time, still early in her television career, went to Forsyth County to cover the demonstrations. The civil rights demonstrations in the 1980s drew statewide expulsions at Oscarville, prompting an inquiry at the county level into land repatriation. However, the inquiry did not result in any repatriation of any land. All right. Okay, today Oscarville is locally in the community surrounding Lake Lanier. Through word of mouth, stories of the town have evolved into a local legend of a haunted town beneath the lake, with even a few reports of supernatural sightings. All right, let's keep it moving, man. So that's the story of Oscarville, Forsyth County. You know what I mean? All that. All right, so now we're going. Let me see what I got next on the agenda. All right, racial events in Brooks and Lowndes County or something like that. All right, all right, we're gonna talk about now that we're still not at 1919, right? We're still giving some backstory, right? So we're gonna go over the May 1918 lynchings. On May 16th, 1918, a plantation owner was murdered, prompting a manhunt, which resulted in a series of lynchings in May of 1918 in southern Georgia, United States. White people unalived at least 13 black people during the next 2 weeks. Among those unalived were Hazel Hayes Turner and his wife Mary Turner. Hayes was unalived on May 18th, and the next day, May 19th, his pregnant wife Mary was strung up by her feet, doused with gasoline and oil, and then set on fire. Mary's unborn child was Mary's unborn child was cut from her abdomen and stomped to death. Her body was then repeatedly shot. No one was ever convicted of her lynching. These lynchings are examples of a racially motivated mob violence of white people by white people against black people in the American South, especially during 1980 to 1930, the peak of lynchings. Brooks County in Georgia and Georgia among the states had the highest rates of lynching in the nation during this period. The NAACP referred to the murder of Mary Turner in its anti-lynching campaigns of the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. In the lynching era from 1880 to 1930, the great majority of these murders were committed in the South. Most of the thousands of individuals lynched in the United States were black, and most were men. But at least 120 black women were known to have been lynched between 1865 and 1965. So Let's give a background on this story right here out of Brooks County. Um, all right. The lynchings followed in response to the murder of Hampton Smith. Hampton Smith was 25 years old, although newspaper accounts covering his death inaccurately put his age at 31. He was a married white planter who owned the Old Joyce Place, a large plantation near Morven, Georgia, in Brooks County. He was known among black workers for being an abusive boss, making it difficult for him to recruit farm labor. Smith resolved the labor shortage, as did many planters, through using convict labor. He would pay the fees that black men were assessed for infractions and lease their labor for a period of time, paying the local jurisdiction the fees. He was responsible for food and board of such workers. Among the workers whom Smith gained this way was Sidney Johnson. After paying the police his $30 fine, a high payment for a farm worker, assessed after his conviction for playing dice, authorities exercised little oversight related to convict leasing, and the black men were often abused in what journalist Dougman Blackman has called slavery by another name. So this brother was convicted for playing dice and got basically sentenced to slavery all over again. For playing dice. Johnson endured several beatings at the hand of Smith, including a severe one after refusing to work while sick. History with other black workers. He had beaten Mary Turner, and after this incident, her husband, Hayes Turner, threatened Smith. Turner was convicted by an all-white jury and sentenced to a chain gang. Johnson shot Smith and his wife through a window, unaliving Smith and wounding his wife. He fled the scene, hiding successfully in Valdosta, Georgia, for several days. A large manhunt was conducted by a white mob, mostly in Brooks County. I don't blame him for shooting him, man. He did what he did what he had to do, man. He did what he had to do. During the manhunt, white people unalived at least 13 black people during the next 2 weeks. For what? You looking for one dude who committed one crime? Why are you hurting innocent people? Like, this is how they get down, man. This is how they get down. So like I mentioned earlier in this broadcast, right? We need to take heed to how these white folks get down when it comes to them and their race riots, and then take a look at what we do when we riot. We don't get down like they get down, but I think we need to maybe take some cues here the next time something happens where one of us gets unalived, and instead of us burning the city down, instead of us burning the city down, maybe we do something like this, right? I ain't gonna say too much more. Let's keep going. On May 17th, Will Head and Will Thompson were seized in two different areas. That night, Head was lynched near Troopville in neighboring Lowndes County, and Thompson near Barney in Brooks County. Walter F. White, an investigator for the NAACP, was told by mob participants that the bodies of the men were riddled with more than 700 bullets. Julius Jones was also captured and lynched near Barney. Chime Riley was a black man, at first rumored to have left Brooks County. He was found to have been lynched, although he had no known connection to Smith. He was thrown into the Little River in Brooks County to drown near Barney. Turpentine cups were tied to his hands and feet to weigh him down. Simon Schumann, also seen as, was taken from his house during the unrest, and according to Walter White, reportedly never seen again, although he had no connection to Smith. His family was driven out of the house and the interior was destroyed. Schumann was believed by most later historians to have been lynched by white people in this rampage. Walter White's report related to Schumann's disappearance was inaccurate. Newspaper accounts for a month after the May rampage can confirm that Schumann was arrested by Brooks County authorities in late June 1918 after he was implicated in the murder of Hampton Smith by a man named Shorty Ford, then in custody in Jacksonville, Florida, on charges related to Smith's murder as well. What? Oh, man. On June 25th, 1918, Schumann was removed from Brooks County Jail to an unknown location to avoid being lynched. Schumann survived the ordeal and moved to Albany, Georgia shortly afterward. Yeah, see, they just locking up. That's what it seemed like. Any black man they can get their hands on, boy, they just lock you up, torture you into confessing to something you ain't do. I think they did that. And they did that a lot of times. Remember Central Park 5? Sidney Johnson, who murdered Smith, he reached Valdosta, the county seat of Lowndes County, where he hid for a few days. When he appealed to another black man for food, that man notified police. Oh man, see these Sambos, man. But these Sam, I guess he was scared, man, because he like, damn, these people, they stringing up any black man. They don't gotta have no connection to this brother, and they lock and they they hemming them up, lynching them on trees. So he probably like, man, look, man, you ain't about to bring me down. I ain't making no excuses for this dude, but I almost kind of understand. Chief Calvin Dampier took officers armed with high-powered rifles to the house. Among them were his brother, where they engaged in a shootout with Johnson, known to be armed with a shotgun and pistol. After the shooting stopped, the police finally entered the house, finding Johnson unalived. He had wounded the two Dampier brothers and Dixon Smith. A mob had gathered and, deprived of the chance to lynch Johnson, they mutilated his body and dragged it behind a car in a procession down Patterson Street and out to Morven. There, they hanged the body from a tree near the scene of Smith's murder and burned it. Mm. So, among the men picked up in the hunt for Smith's killer was Hayes Turner, a foundational black American man known to have had conflict with Smith and who was lynched after being accused of murder in Lowndes County, Georgia. His lynching was reported by the Spokesman Review on May 20th, 1918, when his wife, Mary Turner, denounced the murder and threatened legal action. She was lynched along with their unborn baby. Hayes Turner was arrested on the morning of Saturday, May 18th, and placed in the jail in Valdosta, the county seat of Lowndes County. Wade, County Sheriff Wade, and the clerk of court took him out ostensibly to move him to uh, Quitman, the county seat of Brooks County. Along the way, Turner was taken by a mob and lynched near the Ocapilco Creek in Brooks County, about 3.5 miles from town. His body was left hanging from a tree over the weekend and not cut down until another black man was lynched that day near the old campground. He may have been Eugene Rice. Newspaper reports identified him as a victim of the mob. He was never associated with Smith's murder in any way. Approximately a week later, the bodies of three unidentified black men were taken from the Little River below Barney. It was not clear if they were new or old victims. At the time of the NAACP's investigation by Walter White, soon after these events, the bodies had disappeared from police custody without confirmation of identity. After his wife Mary, who was 8 months pregnant, publicly denounced her husband's lynching. She denied that her husband had been involved in Smith's killing, unalivement, and threatened to have members of the mob arrested. The mob turned against her, determined to teach her a lesson and also due to hidden fears about what could happen to them. Although she fled, Mary Turner was captured at noon on May 19th. The mob of several hundred took her to the bank in Brooks County near Folsom Bridge over the Little River, which forms the According to investigator Walter F. White of the NAACP, Mary Turner was tied and hung upside down by her ankles, her clothes soaked with gasoline, and they burned her body. Her belly was slit open with a knife like those used in splitting hogs. Her unborn baby fell to the ground and gave feeble cries. His head was crushed by a member of the mob with the heel to hide any evidence of what happened. There were hundreds of bullets into Turner's body. Mary Turner was cut down and buried with her child near the tree, with a whiskey bottle mark in the grave. The Atlanta Constitution published an article with the sub headline Fury of People Fury of the People is Unrestrained. Mary Turner was a young black woman and the mother of three, including an unborn child who was lynched by a white mob in Lowndes County, Georgia, having protested the lynching death of her husband, Hazel Hayes Turner, the day before in Brooks County. She was 8 months pregnant, and her baby was cut from her body and unalived by stomping. They were followed by the murders of 11 more black men by a white mob in Brooks and neighboring Lowndes County during a manhunt and lynching rampage. Talk about her early life, man. R.I.P. to everybody who lost their life in these attacks. Mary Hattie Graham, born 1885 to Perry Graham and Elizabeth Betsy Johnson in Brooks County, Georgia. She had an older sister, Pearl, and two younger brothers named Perry and Otha. Sorted for on the exact year of her birth. Most newspaper accounts covering the lynching in 1918 do not mention her age at all. The report by Walter White in the crisis in September 1918 also does not mention her age. In general, historians prior to the 2000s did not make a reference to her age when they wrote about her. In 2008, an article by Julie Buckner Armstrong put her age at 19, but a later notes that she did not cite the source of the information. The Mary Turner Project originally put her age at 21 at implying a birth year around 1897. One was the age used for the historical marker erected by the Mary Turner Project in 2010. A historian has noted the link between the erection of the marker in 2010 and the subsequent widespread use of 21 as her age at the death unalivement in the modern newspaper accounts. The same historian has contacted Mary Patrick George, the former director of the Mary Turner Project, and discovered that 21 was used before the family of Mary Turner contacted the project and supplied the more accurate birth year of 1885. George also stated that the project has not gotten around to correcting the information on the Mary Turner Project website. The most current research by a historian into her early life, puts her birth at around 1885, possibly December 1884. At some point, Mary Hattie Graham gave birth to a son named William Lloyd Smith. His birth year varies in records between 1907 and 1910. The identity of his father is currently unknown. He was sometimes referred to by family members as O.C. Lee. Mary Hattie Graham also gave birth to a daughter named Leicester. The identity of her father. Mary Hattie Graham married Hazel Hayes Turner on February 11th, 1917, in Colquitt County, Georgia. He had been previously married. It is unknown if he had any children from his previous marriage. In the aftermath of the lynchings, more than 5 residents fled the area to escape violence, although white people threatened to unalive black workers who tried to leave. What? So hold on. So they said they fled the area to escape violence, but the white people threatened to unalive live them if they did leave. What? Boy, man, I tell you, man, the lynching murders of Hayes and Mary Turner and several other black people caused a brief national outcry. They were highlighted in the NAACP's unsuccessful campaigns for Congress to pass federal anti-lynching legislation. A man named Lehman Wright was arrested in late May 1918 in Jacksonville, Florida. In 1919, he was put on trial in Savannah, Georgia, instead of Brooks County, Georgia, for safety reasons, on charge of Hampton Smith and assaulting his wife. Shortly before the trial began, a group of men took a, a foundational black American prisoner from Hamilton County Jail in Jasper, Florida, claiming that they had the legal authority to do so. The man was later found unalived in the Withlacoochee River west of Valdosta, bound and with gunshot wound to the head. Buried outside the cemetery 50 feet to the east and marked with a wooden cross. Once had a fence around it, but had deteriorated badly and was removed. Local lore has it that this was a man found unalived in the nearby Withlacoochee River. Uh, a newspaper account reported the incident as being yet another unalivement related to the Hampton Smith case in two separate trials. His defense attorney was a case of mistaken identity and that the real Shorty Ford had been taken from a jail and drowned. Hampton Smith's father, Dixon Smith, identified Wright as one and the same as the Shorty Ford responsible for his son's death. Unalivement, excuse me. Lehman Wright was executed by hanging in a Chatham County jail on June 3rd, 1921. Newspapers noted it was Jefferson Davis's birthday. Wright went to his unalivement claiming he was innocent. White newspapers covering the lynching of Turner differently. Excuse me. White and black newspapers covered the lynching of Turner differently. White newspapers failed to mention her pregnancy or the brutal murder of her unborn baby, while black reports emphasized it. Okay. After the incident, the Association Turner had made unwise remarks about the murder of her husband, and that the people in their indignant mood took exception to her remarks as well as her attitude. Man, these white folks, they wicked, boy. They are wicked, man. Investigation. Walter F. White, the NAACP Assistant Secretary, went to South Georgia to conduct an investigation into the Brooks Lowndes lynchings, while Georgia Governor Hugh Dorsey was given a complete report of his investigations of the Turner murders, which included the names of two instigators and 15 participants. No one was ever charged for the Turner unalivements. Uh, there was this was typical conditions in the South when most lynchings were not prosecuted. In 1922, Congressman so and so of St. Louis, Missouri, introduced the Dyer anti-lynching bill into the U.S. House of Representatives, which passed it overwhelmingly. However, the Democratic bloc of the Solid South in the Senate filibustered and prevented the bill from coming to a vote in 1922, 23, and again in 1924. By the late 1990s, the Turner lynchings had attracted the renewed attention of historians. While researching the lynchings in 1998, historian Julie Buckner Armstrong visited Carnegie Lowndes County Historical Society and Museum and the Brooks County Museum and Cultural Center. The directors at the time denied having any knowledge of the lynchings and claimed that the counties never had any lynchings. Wow, okay. Later directors were more helpful in investigating their holdings for material about the lynchings. Lying ass white folks, boy. Recognition. In 2008, the Mary Turner Project was formed. It is a diverse grassroots volunteer collective of students, educators, and local community members who are committed to racial justice and racial healing. They had conducted memorial events, lectures, and teaching sessions to educate students and citizens about the events of the May 1918 lynchings and the larger stories of racial injustice. They helped gain support for a state historical marker to be installed that memorialized Mary Turner in these events. It was jointly sponsored by the Georgia Historical Society, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and other groups. On May 15, 2010, a historical marker memorializing Mary Turner and the lynching rampage was placed near the lynching sites in Lowndes County and dedicated. The plaque includes a description of the associated murders of black people by white mobs in 1918, especially the lynchings of the Turners. In July 2013, the plaque was found to have 5 bullet holes shot by an unknown vandal. Since 2013, the plaque now has as many as 27 bullet holes, and more recently was struck multiple times by some kind of off-road vehicle. Man, Mary Patrick George, coordinator for the Mary Turner Project, announced in October 2020. The historical marker has been since removed. Project officials said the historical marker will be stored un- until reinstallment plans are made. It is unclear if authorities are investigating the latest vandalism incidents. Man, I'm telling you, man, these white folks is something else, man. They want to shoot up the memorial site and run it over with vehicles and stuff like. I mean, we talking 100 years later. What's the problem? Like, what's wrong with these people, man? Mm. All right, I ain't gonna read this part. Let me see this, man. Can I read this thing? This is what the marker said, man. This is prior to the marker being defaced and and removed. Essentially, the marker reads: near this site on May 19th, 1918, 21-year-old Mary Turner, 8 months pregnant, was burned, mutilated, and shot to death. Uh, shot to death by a local mob after publicly denouncing her husband's lynching the previous day. In the days immediately following the murder of a white planter by a black employee on May 16th, 1918, at least 11 local foundational black Americans, including the Turners, died at the hands of a lynch mob in one of the deadliest waves of vigilantism in Georgia's history. No charges were ever brought against known or suspected participants in these crimes. From 1880 to 1930, as many as 550 people were unalived in Georgia in these illegal acts of mob violence. Mm, mm. R.I.P. to Mary Turner, um, and everybody who lost their life as a result of this race riot. Let's move on to the next one, man. We going on to the next one. Now Now we're gonna get into 1919, right? Now we're gonna get into basically to Red Summer 1919, right? Those two stories right there. I wanted to just give a backdrop, talking about Forsyth County, and then the Mary Turner incident and the riots that occurred the year prior, just to give a backdrop into the type of terrorism that black foundational black Americans were going through in the state of Georgia, leading up to the Red Summer of 1919. Now we're gonna get into Red Summer here. All right. Now I wanna preface by saying that according to George Edmund Haynes' work, he states that there was some kind of racial conflict. Something happened on February 8th in Blakely, Georgia, but there's no articles on it. I cannot find any information on that particular incident. So I have no idea what happened, but he does have something listed here on February 8th in Blakely, Georgia. Matter of fact, before I move on, let me see if let me see if AI got any idea. Let me see if AI got any idea what might have happened there. I'm just going. Let's just ask AI real quick. Um, hold up. Oh shit. Oh snap. Hold on. All right, so I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read this real quick. This is some AI right here, and this is crazy because I was trying to look this up before I even started this, and I couldn't find anything. But let's read what this AI says here on February 8th, 1919. A significant racial incident occurred in Blakely, Georgia, although it's crucial to understand the nuances of what transpired. Initial reports and later retellings often incorrectly cite this date as the lynching of a black World War I soldier named William Little for refusing to remove his army uniform. This version of events gained considerable traction and contributed to Blakely's negative reputation. However, extensive research by local historians in the early county news has revealed a different, albeit still tragic, event. The victim was Private Cliff Hughes. On February 8th, 1919, the body. All right, my bad, family. My bad, man. They over here messing with me, man. I don't know if I'm gonna get into this, man. They talking about some old. They talk about a white guy got lynched that day. But let me look up William Little. All right, I think I'm back, man. I don't know where they cut me off at, family. I have no idea where I got cut off. Um, I'm not sure where I got cut off. I'm gonna start that over. I'm gonna start this thing over right here at with Wilbur Little, because I'm not sure what y'all heard. So William Little was a foundational Black American veteran of World War I who was lynched in April 1919 in the hometown of Blakely, Georgia, after refusing to remove his military uniform. So, servicemen who had been discharged from the Army were permitted under the War Department regulations to wear their service uniform after their demobilization date. Let me just try to make sure I'm still on here. I'm still live. All right. Okay. Let me just keep going. Uh, Reportedly, Little was still in uniform beyond that date. He's one of many foundational Black American servicemen of the time who were subjected to violence for continuing to wear their uniforms after being discharged from the military. Little was unalived by Blakely residents, but the details of his unalivement are uncertain. One source says he was hanged and burned. Another states he was beaten. The lack of authoritative information about these types of unalivements was not uncommon. Uh, Little returned to Blakely wearing his military uniform and was seen at a train station by a group of white men who demanded he remove his uniform. He was threatened with arrest, but lacking civilian clothing, he was allowed to return to his home in uniform. According to historian Isabel Wilkerson, soon anonymous notes were warning him to leave town if he wanted to continue wearing his uniform. Days later, a mob attacked him as he greeted friends congratulating him on his achievements. He was found beaten and unalived on the outskirts of town. He was wearing his uniform. He was survived. He had survived the war only to be unalived back at home. The lynching of William Little was memorialized by poet Carrie Williams Clifford, from Georgia in 1922. Quote, what though the hero warrior was black? His heart was white and loyal to the core. And when to his love Dixie he came back, aimed in the duty done on foreign shore, where from the hell of war he never flinched, because he cried democracy was lynched. Now, the story of Little's death in the April 5th, 1919 Chicago Defender. In May of that year, a number of other papers ran reports lynching was a hoax. Most notably, Blakely's Early County News published editorials on May 15th and 29th. The latter asserted that no Negro has been lynched in this county because he refused to take off his soldier uniform, and that he was still alive and employed on a farm. What? On May 20th, the editor of the news, W. Fleming, wrote a letter to the New York Sun, again denying the lynching had occurred and objecting to a letter run by the Sun several days earlier. The Kingston Daily Freeman on May 8th, and the Winston-Salem Journey on May 13th, the Raleigh News Observer on May 15th, and the Taylor Daily Press May 19th all ran variations of a story questioning the accuracy of a April 20th report in the Philadelphia Public Ledger. Assertions were made that the original reports erroneously mixed up the lynching of Little with another unalivement of Clifford Hughes. Okay, and I'm believing this Clifford Hughes thing happened in February, if I'm not mistaken. That's the one in February. Um, Investigation by the NAACP. A month after the article appeared in the Chicago Defender, the NAACP sent Monroe and Work to Blakely to investigate the incident. On June 7th, 1919, Work sent a telegram to NAACP office J.R. Shalady stating, have investigated report Blakely, Georgia lynching does not appear to have occurred. Work concluded his investigation that allegations of a lynching be dropped. The denial by the Early County Times and the subsequent investigation by Work led by the NAACP to delay publication of the Wilbur Little story. However, the organization eventually rejected the recommendation of their investigator, publishing the story in the crisis 3 months later. This is weird. Now they saying that he wasn't lynched. I don't know. I don't know, family. Weird story, man. So they saying he was lynched and then they denied it. I'm gonna go with he was lynched. I'm saying, because why would I believe some white folks denying it later? Why would you believe that? So R.I.P. to Wilbur Little. Let's move on to the next incident that occurred down there in Georgia during the Red Summer. Let me see here. All right, so we got the story of Daniel Mack. So Daniel Mack was another soldier, right? Another soldier from the 365th Infantry Regiment, an all-black unit that fought with honors in World War One. He was lynched but survived during the Red Summer, a period of racial violence in America. So let's give some backstory, background on the 365th Infantry Regiment. The 92nd Division was first constituted on paper on October 24th, 1917 in the National Army, over 6 months after the U.S. entry into World War One. The division was commanded throughout most of its existence by Major General Charles C. Below. It was composed of the 183rd Infantry Brigade and the 365th and 366th Infantry Regiments, and the 184th Infantry Brigade and the 365th and 368th Infantry Regiments, together with supporting artillery, engineer, medical, and signal units attached. The division was organized on the 27th of October 1917 at Camp Funston in Kansas. The men first began train. The men first being trained at the regimental level For this division, 104 black captains, 397 first lieutenants, and 125 second lieutenants were trained at a Negro officers' camp in Des Moines, Iowa. A special Negro zone was to be built at the east end of Camp Funston with separate amusement places and exchanges. A.D. Jellison, a banker of Junction City, Kansas, gave a plot of land for a community house to be erected by the black men from the 7 states which sent foundational black American trainees. Okay, so that's backstory into, I guess, his you know his military experience. So it says here about the lynching. It says Daniel Mack returned from the First World War and was hesitant to tolerate the Jim Crow South. During an April 5th, 1919 market day in Sylvester, Georgia, Smith was walking through a busy street and brushed against a white man. The white man was offended that Mack didn't show the proper amount of respect, and the two got into a scuffle. Police came on the scene and promptly arrested Mack for assault. During the trial, he was sentenced to 30 days in prison. A few days into his sentence, on April 14th, a white mob broke into the prison. They took him out into the wilderness and they lynched him. He played dead and was left for dead, but no arrests were ever made. So they say he survived that, though. That the word is that he survived that. So they broke into the jail and he played dead, but somehow he survived that. Um, that was in Sylvester, which is in Worth County, Georgia. I'm not sure where that's at, man. Georgia has so many counties, man. Georgia got too many counties for me, man. I don't like that Georgia got all these counties, man, with all these different courthouses and all these jails, man. That I don't like that about Georgia, man. They got way too many counties, man. All right, let's go on to the next riot. Now this happened in Jenkins County. Now this is a county I've actually been to. I've actually been to Jenkins County quite a few times, man. When I used to work down there in Georgia for like a linen and supplies company. I ain't gonna name who they are, but I used to have a route that would go through Jenkins County um, to man, what's the name of that town out there, man? It's a town out there that I used to go to all the time. So I guess it's the county seat, man. What's it called? What's it called? Millen. Yeah, Millen, Georgia. Yup. Yeah, man. So I've been to Jenkins County a few times. So let's read about Jenkins County, right? So the Jenkins County riot of 1919 took place on Sunday, April 13th, 1919. The unalived two white police officers in an altercation during a traffic stop. In response, a white mob burned several buildings in the black community and unalived four black men. So the event began at Carswell Grove Baptist Church, a black church, which was celebrating its anniversary. Preachers from several counties were coming. The Knights of Pythias were present in uniform. The choir was giving a special performance and a cookout would follow. More than 3,000 were expected. It was one of the largest gatherings in East Georgia. Joe Ruffin was a prosperous farmer and distinguished black mason, one of the wealthiest Negroes of Jenkins County. He was to have been marshal of the event. So Ruffin was driving to the church celebration when he had to stop because of the congestion of people. A car pulled alongside Ruffin containing W. Clifford Brown, a Jenkins County Sheriff's deputy, Thomas Stevens, a Millen, Georgia police marshal, whose presence outside his jurisdiction is unexplained, and Joe's friend Edmund Scott in handcuffs. Okay. All right, yeah, so Joe's friend, Joe Ruffin, he's driving to the celebration. A car pulls up alongside of him with some cop from out of his jurisdiction. He's there, the county sheriff, and a friend of Joe's who's already in handcuffs, I guess in the back seat. So it says they were in search of alcohol. Georgia had been a dry state since 1907. Nothing, not having found any, they arrested Scott for having a pistol. Okay. Ruffin pulled out a checkbook to cover Scott's $400 bail, but Brown, who the white paper said had a bad temper, said that cash was needed. That much cash was not available Day, and Brown said that he was taking Scott in. Ruffin reached into his car to pull Scott out, but Brown took out his gun. He struck Ruffin in the face with his pistol, and the gun went off and struck Ruffin on the head, knocking him unconscious, injuring him. Joe's son, Lewis, just discharged from the United States Army, thought that his father had been killed. My bad, family. So I'm starting to figure out exactly what's going on here. I think it's every time I say a particular word, man, they just cut my live stream every time I say this particular word, man. So I gotta stop. I'm learning, family. I'm over here reading, and I gotta be able to and get it right, because every time I say it, learning, family. I'm learning. Let me start. So, like I mentioned before, Joe Ruffin, right? He's a prosperous farmer and a distinguished black Mason. He's one of the wealthiest Negroes of Jenkins County. And he was the marshal of this event that was occurring at the Carswell Grove Baptist Church. All right. So Ruffin was driving to the church celebration when he had to stop because of a congestion of people. A car pulled alongside Ruffin containing W. Clifford Brown, a Jenkins County Sheriff's deputy, Thomas Stevens, a Millen, Georgia police marshal whose presence outside his jurisdiction is unexplained, and Joe's friend Edmund Scott, who was in handcuffs. They were there in search of alcohol. Georgia had been a dry state since 1907. So, not having found any alcohol, they arrested Scott for having a pistol. Ruffin pulled out a checkbook to cover Scott's $400 bail, but Brown, who the white paper said had a bad temper, said that cash was needed. But that much cash was not available on a Sunday, and Brown said that he was taking Scott in. Ruffin then reached into the car to pull Scott out, but Brown took out his gun and he struck Ruffin in the face with his pistol. And the gun had went off when he did it, which knocked Brown unconscious, but it didn't seriously injure him. Joe's son Luis, who was just discharged from the United States Army, thought that his father had been unalived. Lewis Ruffin consequently shot and unalived Brown in retaliation. Lewis then shot Stevens, wounding him, and subsequently beat him until his unalivement. Scott, in the middle of the gunfire, was unalived accidentally. Hundreds of white men came to the Carswell Grove under the false impression that Ruffin had been the one to fire the lethal shots, despite just by a non-lethal blow to the head. Many of these remained out all night. They burned the church and Ruffin's car and lynched two of Ruffin's sons, either burning them until their unalivement or throwing their bodies into the fire after they had arrived. The three black Masonic lodges in Millen were burned. White mobs roamed the county for days. The New York Tribune reported that 7 black churches had been burned down. The Tribune also reported that a 7th man was pulled from the Millen prison and lynched. 6 fatalities, including 2 white lawmen and 4 black men, Scott, 2 sons of Ruffin, Henry and John, and Joe's friend Willie Williams, who had been at the scene and was also lynched. Joe's son Luis fled, and despite a bounty having been issued, was never apprehended. Shout out to young boy, man. See, he came back from war, and they ain't never find him neither. But unfortunately, his family was unalived. Ruffin was sure he would be lynched, and news accounts confirmed that he would have been. Georgia led the nation in lynchings in 1918. He hid, and then surrendered Sheriff M.G. Johnston, who had arrived. Johnston drove him to the nearest large city, Augusta, for safety, and he was placed in the jail. A mob headed to Augusta to lynch Ruffin. He was moved for safety to jail in Aiken, South Carolina, where he remained for 2 weeks. Registered under but accepted the jailer's statement that Ruffin was not there. He was indicted for the murders of the two officers. Charges were not filed against any whites. Ruffin hired the best white lawyer he could find. He was granted a change of venue to Savannah. He was first tried for the unalivement of Stevens. He was convicted and sentenced to be hanged. A motion for a new trial was successful, and he was then acquitted. He was then tried for the unalivement of Brown and was again acquitted. So strong was the sentiment in Jenkins County that an indictment was found charging him with the murder of his friend Scott. For the unalivement of Scott, he was found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to 15 years in prison. The Georgia Supreme Court set that aside and ordered a new trial, which was never held. Because of public sentiment, he could not be totally exonerated, so he was charged, convicted, and fined $500 for embezzlement. For although he never wrote a check, he had displayed the checkbook of a church of which he was treasurer. After friends paid the fine by 1923, he was a free man. Impoverished after his legal expenses, he lived out his days in South Carolina since he would not have been safe in Georgia. R.I.P. to Joe Ruffin and everybody from this Jenkins County riot from 1919. You know what I mean? Yeah, everybody. I ain't going to be ignorant here. All right, let's move on. Let's move on to the next thing. Let's go to the case of Barry Washington, right? Hang on real quick, man. Let me see something real quick. Before we go on to Barry Washington, uh, yeah, okay, yeah, everything happened in Millen. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that area right there. It's not far from Savannah, Georgia. I mean, not too far from Savannah, Georgia. You know what I'm saying? Um, I've been to Millen a few times, but I'm more familiar with the area surrounding Jenkins County. Uh, of course, Statesboro, Wadley, Sylvania, Twin City, all those locations. Louisville, yeah, I'm more familiar with those areas, but I have been to Millen a few times. Um, and Scarborough. Scarborough is also out there. I've been to both of those places, man. All right. All right, so now I know, man. Now we know the history of Jenkins County, man. I ain't messing around out there, man. F Jenkins County. Let's go to Barry Washington, all right? So Barry Washington was a 72-year-old black man who was lynched in Milan, Georgia in 1919. He was in jail after unaliving a white man who was attacking two young girls. He was taken from jail and lynched by a mob. Okay, so it says here, right? At 1 a.m. on the 24th, 1919, two white men, John Dowdy and Levi Evans, went into the black section of Milan. They first tried to get into the home of Emma McCullers, who had two young daughters. When the family refused to open the door, Dowdy fired his gun. This caused the girls to flee to another house, home of widow Emma Tisber. The two men followed and invaded the Tisber home and attempted to assault the two young black girls. Was attempted to hide under the porch. Dowdy and Evans began ripping up the floor to get to them. Washington, a black man, attempted to defend the girls and get the men to leave. Dowdy fired at Washington, and after a struggle, Washington, who was 72 years old, shot and unalived Dowdy. He fell with his pistol in his right hand and a cigarette in another, and a flask of liquor fell out of his pocket. Typical Brad behavior right here, man. Typical Brad behavior, right? Washington went uptown and with the police chief, Mr. Stuckey, who sent Washington to the McRae jail. Okay, I know where McRae is at. I've been to McRae. He sent him to McRae jail at 2 a.m. on May 24th, 1919. There he stayed in jail until the 25th at 12 o'clock when a crowd of white men, led by a Baptist minister, removed Washington from the jail with the support of a sympathetic police officer, Deputy Sheriff David McRaney. their crimes, all black residents of Milan were rounded up and ordered out of town on the night of May 25th. At 2 a.m. on May 26th, the lynch mob hanged him from a post and shot him repeatedly until his body fell into pieces from the post. White residents rioted in the city, damaging and burning many black homes. They threatened black, least they dare to speak out about the events in public. Local authorities attempted to cover up the incident, but a local preacher, Reverend Judson Dinkins, sent a letter to Monroe work at the Tuskegee Institute, now known as Tuskegee University, who in turn passed the letter to John Shalady of the NAACP. When the governor of Georgia, Hugh Dorsey, became aware of the incident, he offered a $1,000 reward for the arrest and conviction of the mob. Dr. Floyd McRae offered an additional $500 reward for a total of $1,500, or the equivalent of $27,200 in 2025. Although the perpetrators were well aware in the community, no one claimed a reward and no one was ever charged for the murder. Washington's corpse was left there for a full day. In September 1919, it was reported that Georgia Judge E.D. Graham ordered the city of McRae, Georgia, to take action and possibly remove Sheriff Williams as a result of the lynching. It was also alleged that one of McRae deputies was the ringleader in the unalivement. Aftermath in Georgia. Okay, yeah, all right. Well, we talked about these. Um, yeah, we talked about all this right here. Okay. Um, hold on though, man. This I gotta read this one more time, man. Or let me see these newspaper articles if they're legible, if I can read them. Yeah, I don't think I can really read these. Can't really. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't really read these newspaper articles, man. But they got multiple newspaper clippings here, but they're very hard to read. Yeah, my bad, family, man. They keep messing with my live stream, family. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. I am not sure what I'm doing wrong here, man. But they keep messing with my live stream, family. I'm trying to get through this, man. It's so much to get through, man. I wanted to look up Milan, Georgia, to see where it's located at. And it's on the kind of like on the county line of Dodge and Telfair counties. Now I've been here too. Now I definitely had a route going out here to McRae. I just want to make sure that's the same McRae I'm thinking of. It's called McRae Helena. McRae Helena, which is actually a pretty rough area, man. There's parts of Georgia I've ever been to. Very, lot of poverty there, man. A lot of poverty. Um, a lot of poverty out there in McRae Helena. A lot of black folks too. Um, I think that might be one of the blackest parts of the state, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check this out real quick before we keep going. Telfair County, right? For the company I work for, I used to service their county. Yep, nothing but sisters up in there. Nothing but sisters. Let me see something here. And I think that's where they got that Jack's restaurant, right? Yeah, that's where they got that Jack's restaurant, man. I remember I was out there, I seen that. I thought it was Jack in the Box. They got a fast food restaurant down south, man. If you from up north or on the west coast or whatever, they got this fast food restaurant in the south that's around. It's called Jack's, and it looked like it could be the Jack in the Box logo, but it's not. It's just a whole separate fast food spot. They got some pretty decent food for a fast food restaurant. You know what I'm saying? So that's out there in McLean. Damn, man, it's crazy that these incidents happen like this, man, in locations that I've actually been in. You know what I'm saying, man? Because this incident right here is kind of wild because here we got a story of two drunk white boys, right, trying to break into the homes of black people, and they're trying to violate some young black girls. And this brother here, old brother, 72 years old, he defended these young girls, and unalived these rapists, uh, burglars, and all that. And then in retaliation to that, the white mob forms, and then they go out and lynch this brother. And they lynched him pretty bad, like lynch him and shoot him till his body falls into pieces, like. And he was defending some black girls. You know what I'm saying? That was about to be violated by some drunk white boys. Like, Georgia's kind of rough, man. I mean, to be honest, man, when I read about these red summer incidents that occurred in Georgia, man, it be making me think, like, what is it about Georgia that black folks love so much? Like, I get it, they're attracted to Atlanta and whatnot, like, but you know, if you ain't going to Atlanta or that surrounding part, I don't understand what's the attraction for people wanting to move down to Georgia with this race. I mean, it's bad. You know what I'm saying? And people come with this. I mean, in 1919 they had the most incidents during the Red Summer right there in Georgia, not far. I mean, let me just keep it. Let me just keep going, man. We're gonna go on to another incident in Georgia right now. This occurred in Putnam County. So the Putnam County, Georgia arson attack was an attack on a black community by white mobs in May of 1919. So from the night of Tuesday, May 27th, 1919, until Wednesday, May 28th, 1919, morning arsonists burned down at least six black churches and multiple black community buildings in and around Eatonton. The Wheeling Intelligencer claimed the buildings were burnt down because of a minor racial clash at Dennis Station, where a black man was refused a bottle of soda water. The community raised $1,100, or the equivalent of $19,900 in reward for any information about the people responsible for the fires. So, a few miles away in Milledgeville, Georgia, white and black mobs armed themselves and roamed the town when an argument broke. Black schools chose the same colors. What? Respected black preacher J.A. Martin noticed in Milledgeville's black community the males carried their guns with as much calmness as if they were going to shoot in a hunt or getting ready to shoot the. There was a lot of tension in the black community as white soldiers were lauded upon their return while black soldiers who also fought in World War I were ignored. Typical. You know what I'm saying? Typical. So yeah, so they don't have much here, but here's a newspaper article coming out. This is a newspaper clip, and it's not even much, man. We got two paragraphs here. So it says, here's the headline: White Georgia whites burn five Negro churches. Following a minor racial clash at Dennis Station, a small community in Putnam County, Georgia, a band of white men set fire to five Negro churches, two schools, and one lodge building in different sections of the county. The trouble was the refusal of a merchant to sell a Negro a soda water. At a mass meeting late today, $1,100 as a reward for the arrest of members of the band was raised by leading white people, and the state was requested to duplicate the offer. And that's all. No other information on this incident. So all we know is that a white tried to buy some water, I guess at a store or something, and a white person refused it. And then there was some other issues with the local schools adopting the same colors, and then you know what I'm saying, and that I don't know, man. This is insane, family. This is insane. And that's all the information they got on that incident. Let's go to the next incident that happened. This one occurred in Dublin. So this is Dublin, Georgia riot of 1919, where a series of racial riots between white and black residents of Dublin, Georgia. Once again, family, it's not much information on this incident, but let's just read what we got. Let's just read what we got here. So it says, during a race riot, local foundational black American Robert Ashley was accused in the murder of a white man on July 6, 1919. While in jail, the local white community threatened to storm the jail and lynch Ashley. They were thwarted by an armed black community that was formed to protect the jail and prevent the lynching. I like that. There we go. Later, a company of 80 home guards prevented further, but for weeks the situation was tense. And that's pretty much all we got here. Let me see. Here's a newspaper column, one paragraph. That's all they got. It says quiet prevails at Dublin, Georgia, after race riot suspense. Dublin, Georgia, July 12th. Quiet prevailed here this morning following a night of threatened race trouble. A company of home guards remained on duty at the county jail to protect Robert Ashley, a Negro accused of unaliving one and wounding another man Sunday. The authorities are preparing to prevent further trouble, but the situation is tense. Yeah, and that's all they got there, man. Where's Dublin, Georgia, man? Where's that at, man? And where's Putnam County? Because I've never, I'm not sure if I don't think I've been there, man. But shout out to them brothers out there, man. Okay, that ain't too far from like, ain't too far from Savannah. I mean, it's kind of in the middle. Oh, Lawrence County. Matter of fact, I've been to Lawrence County. Let me see this real quick. I remember being in Lawrence County. I don't know if I've been to Dublin per se, but let me see. Let me see the map. I've been to Lawrence County before. Give me a second, family. My bad. You know, this is all. You know, I love looking up this history here. Uh, I've been to Lawrence County. I don't know if it was Dublin though. What's near there? What's on the, what's near here? Eastman. Okay, but that's not Lawrence County. Okay, so I just been through. Oh, Rents. That was on that. That was on that route. I don't think I've been to Dublin, but I've definitely been to Eastman. Okay, and it's not far from McCray Helena, like what we was just talking about. Like this all basically the same area. So I have been through there. I just don't think I've been to Dublin per se. I might have, but I like to be honest, I can't really remember Dublin. But like I said, this is that county, Putnam County. It borders, no, excuse me, Lawrence County borders Putnam County, um, and Dodge County right there with McCray Helena. So yeah, I definitely was out in that area. All that stuff kind of runs together, man. When you from the city, man, and you just driving out there and you don't see nothing but farmland, man. All that stuff looks alike. A lot of them little Georgia towns kind of all got the same look to them. So you got to pardon me, but let's keep it pushing, man. All right. So that incident. Wait, let's go back. Yeah, that was Dublin. That was a Dublin race riot. Let's see here, man. So we got another incident out there in Lawrence County. Okay. Now I think this is a separate incident, but let's check it out. It's the same county as Dublin, right? So here we got here, Lawrence County, Georgia race riot was an attack on a black community by white mobs in August 1919. Okay, so this is a month later or so. So this is later on in the summer. We got another incident in that same county. So it says here in the Haynes report, as summarized in the New York Times, it is called the Akmulji, Georgia race riot. Earlier in the summer, the incident surrounding the Dublin, Georgia riot had greatly alarmed the white community in Lawrence County. Even more alarming was a rumor that a black leader was promising to rise up and wipe out the white people. Okay, man, they always fear that black messiah, don't they? They be whoa, they. So it says here on Wednesday, August 27th, a black man chosen because he seemed like the leader of the local community was lynched, and on the morning of Friday, uh, August 29th, oh, pardon me, fam. Let me read that over again. On Wednesday, August 27th, a black man chosen because he seemed like the leader of the local community was lynched. And on the morning of Friday, August 29th, and three black churches and one community building were burned down. He was taken from Caldwell, Georgia. Caldwell. Okay. That sounds familiar. I think I might have been out there. Excuse me, Cadwell. Cadwell. And he was unalived in Okmulgee, Georgia. The corpse of an elderly elderly man was later pulled from the ashes of the church burned down in Okmulgee. The body may have belonged to Eli Cooper, who was alleged to have said that the Negroes had been run over for 50 years, but this will all change in 30 days. The local white community took this to mean a call for violent revolution. Okay. All right. In the aftermath, four men were arrested with the connection in connection with the body found in the church. They were C.G. Rogers, coroner of Dodge County, C.C. Adwell, John Quillman, and Will Watson, who were quickly acquitted of all charges, of course. All right, so they got acquitted. That's a little weird here. So basically, what I'm getting from this is that these people in Lawrence County, they were still terrified that earlier in Dublin, them black folks kind of came together, you know what I'm saying, and banded together to make sure they wasn't going to lynch that other brother in that jailhouse. So since they unable to do it, them white folks down there was scared about that. They were scared. So they decided to lynch some brother who was a leader, somebody who probably has some charisma or whatever. They ended up lynching him and then burnt down some churches, just I guess as a way to send a message. You know what I mean? We got a few different news articles here, but it's hard to really read it. It's hard to really read it. Um, so pardon me, family. Like I said, man, a lot of this stuff is hard to come by. All right, let's go to another lynching, man. Another lynching that they had down there in the great old state of Georgia. Let's keep it pushing. The lynching of Paul Jones. Now, this is later on in the year. I believe this is the last of the lynchings of 1919 in Georgia. So, Paul Jones was lynched on November 2nd, 1919, after being accused of a 3-year-old white woman in Macon, Georgia. All right, so this is what they're saying. So on Sunday, November 2nd, 1919, Paul Jones allegedly attacked a white woman about 2 miles outside of Macon. Paul George was chased through the town until he was in a rail boxcar where the woman positively identified him. A white mob of 400 people quickly assembled, and over the protest of Sheriff James R. They seized Jones. His body was riddled with bullets after being lynched, saturated with coal oil, and lit on fire. He was still alive as the flames consumed his body, and the mob watched as he writhed in pain. There were no arrests. That's all they got there. So they just say allegedly he attacked this white woman. I mean, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And then they say even the sheriff was trying to get the white mob to chill out. You know what I mean? I guess so he could, so there was some due process, but the mob took over and they got him. I do have a couple little clips here. It says here, Negro, this is from newspapers. Negro is lynched by mob near Macon, Georgia. Paul Jones, accused of attacking a white woman near here Sunday afternoon, was lynched near the scene of the crime early today following positive identification by the woman. Sheriff Hicks pleaded with the mob, uh, pleaded that the law take course, but that didn't work, I guess. And then it says here above, sheriff's protest Negro was lynched near Macon, Georgia, charged with assault upon white woman. Paul Jones, a Negro accused of attacking a white woman near here, was lynched near the crime scene early today following positive identification. Sheriff Hicks pleaded with the mob in vain. Okay. All right. So they basically just repeating the same thing in multiple papers. All right. So that's the story of Paul Jones. I don't believe he did this. So definitely RIP to Paul Jones. All right, man. That's it for today. We're gonna move on to Florida, right? Florida shouldn't take too long. It's not as much as Georgia. Same thing with South Carolina. Just move on to Florida. I'm gonna give a little backstory on Florida. There was a couple incidents down there in Manatee County, which is like kind of, I think that's southern Florida. but more so on the Gulf side, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I'm not too familiar with that area. But let's talk about Henry Thomas. Henry Thomas, okay. So this is prior. So this is some years before. I don't know if we need to talk about this, but I think so. I think it's relative because it's the same county. So we're gonna go to March 6, 1903. Now this is some time before 1919, but due to the fact that it's in this particular county, this county had a history. All right, so that's why we're gonna go back to 1903. So on March 6, 1903, a white girl was sent by her parents to Parrish, Florida, to run an errand at a nearby farm. The girl returned home and claimed that during the trip, a black man attempted to embrace and then kiss her. The man then allegedly followed her home and threatened the girl and her mother with a gun. As these allegations spread, a mob formed and focused their suspicion on Henry Thompson, a black man. Reports do not indicate why Mr. Thompson was targeted, but the mob declared their intent to lynch Mr. Thompson before the legal system could or would act. They roamed Manatee County for 2 days. On March 8th, Henry Thompson was captured near Hickman Sawmill by a white man who claimed he planned to turn Mr. Thomas over to law enforcement. The mob found Mr. Thomas and abducted him for lynching. Although the mob coerced Mr. Thomas, to trembling admit that he had hugged and kissed the girl, Mr. Thomas denied the allegation of rape and maintained his innocence. The mob took Mr. Thomas to the garden where the alleged assault occurred and proceeded to lynch him. There is no evidence that anyone involved in the lynching of Mr. Thomas was ever held accountable. The mob took Mr. Thomas to the garden where the alleged assault occurred and proceeded to lynch him. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, they got this thing written twice. Days later, on March 11th, the Tampa Tribune reported that the sheriff had received photographs of Mr. Thompson's murder. Despite photographic evidence and many eyewitnesses, local law enforcement and prosecutors granted immunity to the members of the mob. So here we got this story of this white girl talking about some black man tried to hug and kiss her, or he did allegedly, like whatever. And then these people came out and just picked any random black man and lynched him. They just picked a random black man and lynched him. That's 1903. Let's move forward. Let's move forward some years. Let's go to 1910. Same county, this time in the town of Palmetto in Manatee County, Florida. Y'all be careful down there in Manatee County. I know this 100 years ago, but if you ever pass through there, just you know what I mean, be honest, keep your head on a swivel. So it says here in March 1910, a mob of white men led by law enforcement lynched 3 black men over the course of 2 days in Manatee County. On March 6, 1910, a black man named Mr. Ruddy was lynched following racial violence sparked by a conflict over wages between Mr. Ruddy, who was a contract employee, and his white employer, who was a head contractor in Tampa. This dispute between Mr. Ruddy and his boss escalated into a shootout that ended with Ruddy's boss being fatally wounded, after which a deputy sheriff led the mob with no legal authority to find Mr. Ruddy. After his murder, Mr. Ruddy's body was found abandoned near a swamp at his home. No one was held accountable for unaliving him. Contemporary newspapers reported only his last name. A white man later reported to the sheriff that during the search, likely on Sunday, he unalived Mr. Ruddy. Mr. Ruddy had run for cover in palmetto trees near his home before deciding to act in self-defense. When he did so, the man reportedly shot Mr. Ruddy multiple times and left his body abandoned in a swamp near his home, which was later found by the mob. Also on March 6, 1910, the deputy and mob hunting Mr. Ruddy arrived at the home of Sam and Wade Ellis. The Ellis brothers had no involvement in the unalivement of Mr. Ruddy's boss, but were soon accused of interfering with the capture of Mr. Ruddy because the bloodhounds went to their home during the search. After an exchange of gunfire between the brothers and the mob, the deputy sheriff had been unalived. The mob left to seek backup, and from there, the racial conflict continued to escalate as white mobs led by other deputy sheriffs terrorized the black community for the next 24 hours. On the morning of Monday, March 7th, two deputies were standing watch on a bridge when they saw Sam and Wade Ellis approaching them. According to the deputies, when they ordered the men to stop, the brothers kept walking and the deputies began shooting at them. When the encounter ended, Sam Ellis had been wounded by a gunshot wound to the head. Wade Ellis had fled into the swamp for safety, and one of the injured. The other deputy seized the injured Sam Ellis and tied him to a tree before taking the injured deputy to get medical treatment. Shortly, the deputies abandoned Sam Ellis. An armed white mob arrived and shot him and unalived him. The mob hunter then continued the search of Wade Ellis. The mob found Wade Ellis asleep in a swamp near the Manatee River around us. They shot him until he was unalived and left his body on the riverbank. No one was charged with their unalivements. Yeah, so this is a crazy one. So basically, Mr. Ruddy, he had an issue with his white boss who probably shorted him on his paycheck. He took matters into his own hands and offed him. But then they went around, this white mob went around and just started terrorizing black folks, and apparently some bloodhounds that came to these other brothers' houses, and just because the bloodhound went there, that means that they were involved in the whole incident, and then they went out in a shootout with them. I like how they went, they shot it out with them though. It's one thing about Florida, them brothers down Florida, man. Maybe these was some remnants of the Seminoles. You never know. Just like out over there in Rosewood, man. At least they went out shooting. You know what I'm saying? Gotta respect that. Let's move forward to this incident in St. Petersburg with the lynching of John Evans. On Tuesday, November 12th, 1914, John Evans, a black man, was lynched in St. Petersburg, Florida, United States, by a mob of 1,500 white men, women, and children. Evans was accused of the murder of Edward Sherman, a white real estate developer, and the attack of Sherman's wife, Mary. After word of the attack spread and Mary Sherman claimed her attackers were two Negroes, a citywide search ensued. Suspicions immediately led to John Evans. 2 days after the murder, a posse consisting of some of the city's most prominent and well-respected members stormed the St. Petersburg jail, threw a noose around Evans' neck, and marched him to his unalivement. He was never given a fair trial. Evans was hanged from a light post on the corner of 9th Street South and 2nd Avenue. At first, he kept himself alive by wrapping his legs around a light pole. An unidentified white woman in a nearby automobile ended his struggle with a single bullet. Though the shot was fatal, the rest of the crowd began shooting at Evans' dangling body until the ammunition was depleted. Man. Man, let's give a background on what happened here. Between 1888 and 1968, 4,743 people were reportedly lynched in the United States, 3,446 of whom were black, the vast majority black men. In 1914, the Tuskegee Institute, also known as Tuskegee University, reported that 51 of 55 lynching victims were black. That's in 1914. The same year, The Crisis, an NAACP magazine, reported that 69 of 74 victims were black. In Florida, mobs lynched 5 black victims. They were all black. South Florida led the nation in lynchings per capita from 1900 to 1930. An editorial in the November 10 issue of St. Petersburg Independent, published hours before the crime, spoke optimistically of the city's future. A new gas plant and garbage incinerator was almost finished. A new library was under construction. A second railroad was being built, and the existing Atlantic Coast Line Railroad was heavily promoting the city. During this time, St. Petersburg promoted itself as the cleanest, cheeriest, most comfortable little city in the South. Sure. All right, so let's talk about the lynching of John Evans. So Edward Sherman was a 55-year-old photographer and land developer from Camden, New Jersey. For several years, he had operated a photography studio on Central Avenue, but in 1913, he directed his interest to real estate promotion. He purchased an isolated stretch of land on Johns Pass Road, now called 13th Avenue North, and planned on turning it into St. Petersburg's newest suburb called Wildwood Gardens. Apart from a single story bungalow he built for himself and his wife, the land had yet to be developed. The property was half a mile from its nearest neighbor, which at the time was considered out in the country. Before I continue, man, I find this interesting that this white dude, Edward Sherman, he's from Camden, New Jersey, and then relocated down to Florida. Like he's from up north, but he went to Florida. If anybody from Florida, excuse me, anybody from New Jersey, I'll say, you know that there's like a large like Jersey, Florida kind of connection. Like, I think nowadays it's more along lines of like Italian migration, where a lot of Italians from Jersey tend to go down to Florida. You know what I mean? I just think it's just weird to read about this. You know what I'm saying? That this white man came from Camden and moved down to St. Petersburg and was trying to build a suburb called Wildwood Gardens. If anybody know about Wildwood, New Jersey, you see the connection here. Let's continue on. Sherman had 11 black men working on his property until only a few days before the murder. John Evans had been one of them. Evans, who came from Dunellen to St. Petersburg only a few weeks before, had been working for Sherman as a chauffeur and performing other odd jobs. Dunellen is another town in Florida. On November 7th, 3 days before the murder, Sherman fired Evans. The reasons is unknown, but an acquaintance said that Evans seemed to carry a grudge. On the night of his unalivement, Edward Sherman went to bed around 8 p.m., sleeping in an alcove with low, narrow windows on either side and two larger ones in the front. His wife, Mary Sherman, was sitting in an adjoining parlor, making Christmas baskets out of grass and pine needles. At around 10 p.m., a shotgun was fired and Miss Sherman ran toward the bedroom where her husband lay, only to see the blast have blown his skull away. She said a black man then struck a gun in her face, demanded money, and threatened to unalive her. Though she handed over about $100, Miss Sherman said a second black man dragged her outside, beat her with a pipe, and ripped some of her clothes. She did not explicitly say that she was raped, but newspaper articles published after the fact imply she was. Man, see, they always gotta add some more extra stuff in the mix. Even if these brothers did go all in on them like this, man, she never implied that she was raped. So why they throwing that in the newspaper later on? The two men ran off, and Miss Sherman said she fainted. When she woke up to see her husband's corpse, she fainted again. She regained consciousness around 3 a.m. and stumbled over to a neighbor's house. The message was relayed from house to house until making it to one with a telephone. Police were notified of the incident, and then word spread throughout the community that two black men had attacked the Shermans. Miss Sherman was taken to Augusta Memorial Hospital, where she was said to be hovering near unalivement. As she came to, she told police she thought she recognized Evans' voice during the attack. Evans became the leading suspect. He was taken into police custody, but when brought before Miss Sherman for identification, she could not place him as her attacker, and he was released. A second man, Ebenezer B. Tobin, was also accused of the crime and was brought to the county jail in Clearwater, despite the arresting deputies' claim that he was not involved. Sheriffs kept news of the arrest quiet so mobs wouldn't be encouraged to infiltrate the jail and take matters into their own hands. The next morning, rumors spread through word of mouth and a sensational newspaper headline. Anxiety and rage triggered a massive manhunt by armed whites. Hundreds of black men were detained and questioned, and in some cases roughed up. Crowds dashed wildly around the city looking for suspects. Some even scoured the woods north of the city. The St. Petersburg Commission ordered all saloons be closed, but Central Avenue remained crowded until midnight as white residents continued to speculate about the assailant's location. Black people fled, many evacuating their own neighborhoods. Some took trains, some walked along the Atlantic coastline tracks, and some took boats. About 100 armed men surrounded Augusta Memorial Hospital, where they intended to prevent the escape of any suspect being brought before Miss Sherman. On November 12th, posses raided black homes early in the morning and took 6 men to jail. One group fired 3 shots at a black man walking alone on 9th Street South. A posse raiding a house in Methodist Town where Evans had lived found a blood-stained shirt and shoes which another resident said were Evans. Though that resident later recanted his statement, the posse took it as sufficient evidence to pursue Evans again. After being released from jail, Evans had gone to work for a black man along 5th Ave South and 22nd Street. Someone revealed his whereabouts to the police, who gave directions to the posse. When the mob found Evans, they almost lynched him on the spot. Instead, they attempted to extract Evans' confession through torture. After hours without success, the mob took Evans back before Miss Sherman, who once again could not identify him as one of her husband's murderers or as her attacker. Nevertheless, Evans was taken back to the city jail, where a mob, 1,500 strong, gathered. After threatening to unalive the jailer, E.H. Nichols, the mob tore down part of the jail sidewall, tossed a noose over Evans' neck, and dragged him into the street. At least half of the city's white population then marched west down Central Avenue toward the black section of the city where Evans was unalived. One eyewitness recalled the scene. Little kids with guns were shooting, and women standing there shooting and screaming and yelling and shooting. It was the damnedest mess you ever heard in your life. You never heard anything like it. In the aftermath, in the early morning hours after the crowd had dispersed, a policeman retrieved what was left of Evans' body. Much of the city was still in a frenzy, and white vigilantes continued to look for Evans' accomplices or sympathizers. There was even talk of burning down the entire black community. Some local blacks vowed to stand and fight, but many others fled in terror. Over the course of a few days, 179 black women and children were reported to have left on the afternoon boat to Tampa. After learning that local vigilantes were planning to repeat the incident by storming Ebenezer Tobin's jail cell in Clearwater, Governor Park Trammell considered sending in the state militia to restore order. But calm slowly returned to the city, and military intervention ultimately proved unnecessary. A local coroner's jury made up of 15 well-respected white men determined that John Evans had passed away at the hands of unknown persons. I just want to make sure they ain't going to cut my stream, man. By the end of November, most of St. Petersburg black refugees had drifted back to the city. Many highly respected citizens participated in the lynching, even some public officials. Police Chief A.J. Easters and his officers made little effort to protect Evans from the mob and even promoted the community's vigilante spirit. On the afternoon before the lynching, the coroner's jury, who ultimately ruled Evans' lynching to have been by unknown suspects, held a secret meeting. This suggests the jury may have arrived at the decision under ulterior motives. Among St. Petersburg image-conscious leaders, it was widely believed that swift retribution for the assault on the Shermans was the door to the city's tarnished reputation. About a year later, the case resurfaced. Ebony prison was put on trial for murder. Execution marked Pinellas County's first and only legal hanging in late October 1915. The local press perpetuated the community's outrage. The day after the murder, the St. Petersburg Independent's front page headline read, "Slain as he slept by unknown Negro." The St. Petersburg Daily Times headline read, "E.F. Sherman is brutally slain while he sleeps, and 2 Negroes accused of the most atrocious crime here in years." The story featured photos of Sherman, a black man said to be the assailant. Okay. Although both the St. Petersburg Daily Times and the St. Petersburg Evening Independent editorialized against lynch law as an abstract principle, their news reports on the incident were highly sensationalized, both playing up the sexual theme. Reports suggested that lynching was the inevitable outcome whenever a black man was sexually involved with a white woman. At this point in history, white women were strictly off limits to black men, and many had been unalived for their words or actions perceived to be threatening or insulting. Lou B. Brown, the editor of the St. Petersburg Evening Independent, offered no apologies to the local black community and made a point of recognizing that John Evans was not a local. It should be remembered, Brown wrote, that John Evans was not a St. Petersburg Negro. He came here only a few weeks ago from Dunolin. It is usually the Negroes who stray in here and stay only a short while who commit crimes. The bulk of the St. Petersburg Negroes are honest, straight walking people who are industrious and well behaved. An editorial from the Ocala Star argued that Evans was a bad character who had been convicted of grand larceny by the Marion County Superior Court. The author wrote it was probably safe to lynch Evans on general principles, whether he was guilty of the crime he was accused or not. Boy, that's some bull. That's some bull if I ever seen it before, man. It was safe to lynch him on GP. What? Just because he was convicted of grand larceny in another county. Yeah, okay. Unlike the St. Petersburg media, reports in the Tampa Tribune and Clearwater Sun were more inclined to denounce the lynching. An article in the Tampa Tribune featured an interview with a judge involved in the case. As long as the man must be unalived, he might as well unalive quickly and get the thing off the public mind, said the judge. I am not in favor of violence, but there are times when a speedy execution seems necessary. However, with this provision, and I insist upon being properly quoted if at all, no man should ever, under any circumstance, be made to suffer the penalty of another man's crime. Neither should a man be hanged unless he has made a confession of guilt of his own free will, without intimidating or torturing methods used to extract it from him. I have never in any way participated in the execution of any man, and I hope I never will. But should my opinion ever be asked, I would say without reservation that no matter what the circumstance, no man should be unalived unless it is an absolute certainty that he is the guilty man. No greater crime or injustice can be accomplished than the unalivement of an innocent man in the ex- expiation of another's crime. Asked whether he thought the matter should have been further investigated, the judge said that those things took place from a time to time, and that when murder and criminal assault are committed, the penalty is always unalivement, whether administered by a court of law or by mob violence. Yeah, only when it's a black man, though. You see what I'm saying, family? Only when it's a black man. Uh, Neither the guilt nor the innocence of John Evans or Ebenezer was ever proven, because neither man was given a fair, impartial trial. Most of the local population at the time was convinced that Evans and Tobin did in fact murder Edward Sherman, but both men insisted upon their innocence until their unalivements. In 1982, John Wilson, a journalist and historian, wrote a history of St. Petersburg. In his research, he found that many people were reluctant to talk about the incident. Though he spoke to many residents who had been alive in 1914, nobody admitted to knowing anyone involved in the lynch mob. Some would agree to speak and then back out at the last minute. Others were hostile from the start. Williams finds that this reluctance to discuss the lynching still exists today. He accredits this to the number of lynch mob descendants still living in St. Petersburg. That's why I say be careful down there. Now this isn't Manatee County, but you know what I'm saying, same region for the most part. He did, however, find some people that believe the suspects of Mr. Sherman's murder were white men in blackface. Interesting. Of the 15 coroner jury members who assessed Evans' murder, only one man, William Dishman, dissented from the decision that it had been committed by unknown culprits. He was never reelected. Decades later, his youngest daughter, Lily Bangert, wrote a play about the event. Near the 70th anniversary of Evans' lynching, the playwright was fatally shot by her husband, her play never making it to the stage. The manuscript was copyrighted on October 13th, 1981. One of the lead characters, Judge William Daniels, accuses another character, Fletcher Belcher, of being the real culprit, not Evans or Tobin. The playwright uses the real names of Belcher, Wilcox, the doctor who treated Miss Sherman, and the police chief, Esters. No investigation was ever made into the murder of Edward Sherman. A 3 by 5 inch aluminum plaque commemorating Evans' death once hung from a telephone pole near the scene of the lynching. All right, here we got a it says near this site on November 12, 1914, a white mob lynched a black man named John Evans. During this era, black people were burdened by a presumption of guilt that made them vulnerable to mob violence and lynching. Mr. Evans arrived in St. Petersburg from Dunedin, Florida, and worked for a white man, Edward Sherman. When Mr. Sherman was later found unalived and his wife was reportedly assaulted, suspicion was directed at Mr. Evans. Without formal charges, trial, or conviction of Mr. Evans, a white mob kidnapped him from a rooming house and tortured him in a wooded area before throwing him in the St. Petersburg jail. The mob later abducted Mr. Evans from the jail and hanged him from a light pole located at the border between the city's segregated black and white communities. This public spectacle lynching was attended by an estimated 1,500 white men, women, and children. As Mr. Evans struggled to hold himself aloft, a white woman shot him from her car, inciting the crowd to fire upon him for more than 10 minutes. White mobs then terrorized the black community for days in search of an alleged accomplice, Ebenezer Tobin. At least 170 black residents fled their homes for safety. Mr. Tobin was later found and tried by an all white jury, becoming the first person legally hanged in Pinellas County in October 1915. No one was held accountable for Mr. Evans' lynching due to the impunity granted by racial hierarchy in St. Petersburg. RIP to Ebenezer Tobin and John Evans, because I believe both of those brothers are completely innocent. I believe they were completely innocent. All right, so that's the backstory. Hold on. Nah, matter of fact, we got one more lynching to talk about in Florida before we get to 1919. Like I said, man, just gotta give you a backstory of what was going on before 1919, because I don't want nobody to think that this summer was just some summer that was out of the ordinary. It wasn't. It was just that it was just so much more happening. You know what I mean? Tensions had reached a peak, and you had a lot of incidents where black folks fought back. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes the summer of 1919 so prominent. Excuse me. So now we have the Newberry Six lynchings that took place in Newberry, Alachua County, Florida, on August 18th, 1916. The events began with the attempt late on August 17th by Newberry Constable George Wynn to serve a warrant on Boise Long, a foundational black American man, for stealing hogs. Accounts differ about how the conflict began and who fired first, but Long shot and unalived Wynn and wounded another man, L.G. Harris, who accompanied him. Long escaped but surrendered to authorities 2 days later. In the meantime, a posse was organized by the sheriff. The posse shot and unalived Jim Dennis, a friend of Long. The sheriff said he was resisting arrest. Relatives and friends of Long were rounded up and taken to jail for allegedly helping him escape. They were Bert and Mary Dennis, uh, Long's wife Stella Young, and two friends of Dennis, Andrew McHenry and Reverend John Baskin. A mob of 200 took them from the jail the morning of August 18th and hanged them from a single oak tree 1 mile from Newberry. Newspaper called it a lynching tree. The tree no longer exists, but it was at the intersection of Berry Lane and Alachua County Route 235. So many foundational black Americans gathered when the news of the lynchings reached them that whites were afraid of a race war. No arrests were ever made. The Ocala Evening Star reported a rumor that the coroner's jury had returned a verdict that the six lynching victims had been unalived in freak accidents, such as running into a barbed wire fence and bleeding to their unalivement, or falling out of a tree and choking to unalivement and breaking their necks. What? Archivist Rebecca Fitzsimmons at the Matheson History Museum has noted that legal documents pertaining to the lynchings have not been found. Long was tried on September 7th, found guilty after an all-white jury deliberated 7 minutes and sentenced to hang. He was executed in the yard of the Alachua County Jail on October 27th, 1916. A man who had voiced an opinion approving the unalivement of Wynne was forced to leave town. According to historian Patricia Hillard Nunn, as many as 9 people may have been lynched or shot during the events. The Alachua County Historical Commission presented research in 2018 that concluded at least 43 lynchings took place in Alachua County in the 18th and 19th centuries. In 2019, a marker was unveiled in remembrance of the lynchings and to acknowledge the black men and women who were murdered. So, like I said, it's not much information here. We talk about one brother who was accused of stealing some pigs or whatever. Did they find these pigs? Like, you steal some pigs, like, what you do? Like, what? I mean, when did he steal them? I mean, would he cook them already? Were they already eaten by then? Like, did they find pigs? Like, there's not much information here. So when they showed up, they don't know who fired. Long unalive the sheriff's deputy dude and the dude who was helping him. Well, it's not a sheriff deputy; he was a constable. So in the meantime, a posse organized. Okay, a posse was organized by the sheriff, and that's when they started going around lynching all the friends and family members, basically, of this brother, Boise Long. Okay, let's see what the marker reads, man. Let's see what they're saying here. So it says here, on August 19th, 1916, foundational black Americans living in the Jonesville and Newberry communities were lynched. At 2 a.m., Constable George and Dr. L.G. Harris and G.H. Blount drove to Boise Long's home in Jonesville to serve a warrant and questioned him about stolen hogs. Gunfire was exchanged with Long after Wynne and Harris entered the home, and all 3 men were wounded. Long escaped while the other men were taken for medical help. Wynne's wounds were serious, and he was unalived on the train to a Jacksonville hospital. Wynne was related to the Dudleys, a large local family, and a mob formed at their home. During the search for Long, the mob terrorized other foundational black Americans living in the area, many related to Long. James Dennis, suspected of hiding Long, was shot and unalived by the mob. Local law enforcement helped the mob round up 5 foundational black Americans and held them in the Newberry jail. They were Dennis' brother Gilbert and sister Mary, a pregnant mother of 4, Stella Young, Long's partner and mother of his son Andrew McHenry, Stella's brother, and the Reverend Joshua Baskin, a farmer and pastor. The mob took them from the jail to the Newberry picnic grounds and hanged them. Let's go to the other side. It says the lynching was national news and created a spectacle. Men, women, and children came from miles around to view the bodies. On August 21st, 1916, Boise Long surrendered to the Reverend Squire Long, no relation, I'm assuming, and was turned over to the Alachua County Sheriff P.G. Ramsey in Gainesville. Ramsey, afraid of additional mob violence, transferred Long to a jail in Jacksonville. An Alachua County grand jury took up the case on September 6th and investigated the actions of the lynch mob. The grand jury did not find anyone guilty, of course, for the lynchings, and nobody was ever punished, of course. Long was indicted for the murder of George Wynn. The trial was swift and later, and after 7 minutes of deliberation, the jury issued a guilty verdict. Long was sentenced to unalivement. The headstones of three victims of the Newberry lynching of 1916, Andrew McHenry, James Dennis, and Reverend Joshua Baskin, are in the cemetery of the Pleasant Plain United Methodist Church. Many of the victims' descendants still live in the Jonesville community and attend the church, which traces its founding to 1860. RIP to Boise Long and all his family and friends that were unalived in this incident. All right. Let me see here, man. What we got next on the agenda? Newberry 6. We talked about. All right. Now we're getting into the racial events from the actual summer of 1919. There was only two incidents in 1919 in Florida, which is why I wanted to just include Florida with Georgia. Instead of me making it a separate live stream. And this is a pretty long live stream, but keep it pushing. Let's see what we got here. All right, here's an incident that occurred in Jacksonville, Florida. So it says here, this is just a this is a longer article about unrelated topics, but this is the only information I could find on this particular incident that occurred in Jacksonville. So I'm gonna read what it says here. This is just a couple paragraphs from one subsect of a different article, just about Florida history in general, right? It's the only information I could find on this incident. So we have here, it says racial inequality during the war. Whereas anti-German sentiment came and went with the war, racism in Florida persisted. Though foundational black Americans were permitted to donate money at war bond drives, segregation still excluded them from social events. For example, a Jacksonville militia officer prevented a group of foundational black Americans from. All right, family, man, we back, man. We back, and I'm not sure exactly where things went left. Not sure where things went left. So, sure where things went left right there. So, I kind of want to start over again with Florida all together. At least 1919 Florida. So we got here a situation in Pace, Florida, which is on the Panhandle, going towards Pensacola, but not necessarily. In 1919, the lynch mob in Pace, Florida, accused foundational Black American war veteran Bud Johnson of raping a white woman. After they burned Johnson alive at a stake, a local foundational Black American ministered opined that he would have preferred to pass away in Germany rather than come back here and be unalived by hands of the people he was protecting. That's all the information we got on Bud Johnson. Arson. We're going to move on to Jacksonville, Florida. On September 8th, 1919, a mob of 50 white men, two black veterans of World War I, Bowman Cook and John Marine. This was during the Red Summer of 1919, when black veterans returned from war determined to overcome racism and discrimination at home, and many white communities responded with violence. In Jacksonville, several black taxi drivers were unalived by white riders. Jacksonville officials refused to investigate, placing black drivers at greater risk. To protect themselves, black cab drivers began refusing white passengers. When a white rider was refused service in mid August, he indiscriminately fired a handgun into a crowd of black people. In an era where accusations against black people rarely face scrutiny, police allege that this man was unalived on August 20th. Cook and Mr. Moran, and they were arrested. 3 weeks later, before either man could stand trial, a mob abducted them from the Duval County Jail, drove them to North Main Street and Cemetery Road, and fatally shot them. They left Mr. Moran's body in a ditch and then dragged Mr. Cook's corpse behind a car for nearly 50 blocks before dumping his mangled remains on Hogan Street near the Confederate Monument in Hemming Park. Lynchings and public mutilations were intended to enforce white supremacy, and lynch mobs would sometimes abandon the victim's body in a prominent space. No one was ever arrested or charged for lynching Bowman Cook and John Moran. Now, this situation here in Jacksonville is just ridiculous right here. Um, they mention here on this plaque or this marker that there was an error where accusations against black people rarely face scrutiny. They say that as if that's a thing of the past, like that's still going on to this day. Um, and then they say so on this particular day or whatever, a white man was refused a taxi because there was a pattern of white passengers unaliving black drivers. So he was refused a taxi, and out of frustration and rage, he decided to just shoot into a crowd of black people. I mean, it doesn't say here whether anyone was hit. There's really no real information on the internet about this incident. It's just this one plaque and this marker here. There's no information on whether anybody was hit by this white person's gunfire. But eventually, maybe later on or something, that white man was unalived, and they just said that these two brothers did it, and they just arrested him, and then he was they were abducted by a mob, as we've seen, time and time again. So, story is really funny style, family, but R.I.P. to both Bowman Cook and John Moran. You know, I believe these were some innocent men, and they fell victim to the hands of white supremacy. And I'm just glad that we giving these brothers some praise, and we letting these stories be told. All right. Now that's all we got for Florida, family. We're gonna move on to South Carolina. I do want to give a little backstory about South Carolina because South Carolina's got a very vicious history toward black people, and there's so much to talk about that. And there's a lot that's really not there. It's not easy to find. So we're just going to talk about one prominent lynching leading up to the Red Summer. Um, what I will say is that from what it's saying, is that South Carolina had a significant history of lynching foundational Black Americans. In the years preceding 1919, saw continued instances of this brutal form of racial terrorism. It says here the Equal Justice Initiative documents 34 reported lynchings in South Carolina between 1910 and 1919. So, I mean, geez, like that's we talk about 9 years, 34 lynchings. I mean, we talk about like 6 lynchings a year, like one every 2 months, basically, something like that. Give or take a few. But let's talk about. But we're gonna talk about two instances. One lynching that did occur, and then an attempted lynching. But let's talk about Anthony Crawford. Let's talk about Anthony Crawford. All right. So Anthony Crawford, he was born in 1865. There's not really a date there for him. We just know 1865. And he was unalived on October 21st, 1916. He was a highly successful foundational Black American landowner around the turn of the 19th century. He was murdered by a lynch mob in Abbeville, South Carolina, Carolina on October 21st, 1916. It was a crime that went unpunished. Very typical, as usual. Crawford was born early in the Reconstruction era in 1865 after the Civil War. Crawford's father became the owner of a modest acreage of cotton fields on the Little River about 7 miles west of or Abbeville. I'm not sure how you which he worked with his son. Anthony was an ambitious and literate child who routinely walked 7 miles to school in Abbeville. Crawford inherited the land of his on his father's passing, which he increased by substantial land purchases in 1883, 1888, 1899, and 1903. In the mid or late 1890s, Crawford was co-founder of Abbeville County, which was devoted to the material, moral, and intellectual advancements of colored people. He was a father of 12 sons and 4 daughters. By 1916, his land holdings had expanded to 427 acres, as much as 600 according to some sources. Many of Crawford's children had settled on plots adjoining that of their father. With a net worth of approximately $20,000 to $25,000 in 1916, Crawford was without doubt one of the richest men in Abbeville County. Crawford was also known for his refusal to tolerate disrespect and defiance in any form. Once, when his church's preacher delivered a sermon decrying Crawford's meddling in church affairs, Crawford jumped out of his seat, struck the man, and fired him on the spot. This extended even to whites. The day a white man hits me is the day I perish. I'm paraphrasing that last word. He was quoted as having said to his children, after his unalivement, New York investigative reporter Roy Nash interviewed many of Abbeville's most prominent citizens, such as Dr. Harrison, president of Farmers Bank. Harrison commented that Crawford was insolent to whites and got what he deserved. Okay. Although Harrison wanted the law upheld, he did not want a white man's right to whip a Negro once in a while. Hold on, let me read this again. Harrison commented that Crawford was insolent to whites and got what he deserved. Although Harrison wanted the law upheld, he did not want a white man's right to whip a Negro once in a while interfered with. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about the lynch, right? So on October 21st, 1916, Crawford was taking 2 loads of cotton and a load of seed into Abbeville and had a disagreement over the price of cotton seed with W.D. Barksdale, a white store owner. After Crawford left the store, one of Barksdale's employees followed him outside and hit him on the head with an axe handle. Crawford called for help, which drew the attention of Sheriff R.M. Burtz. The officer arrested Crawford as a mob of angry whites was already beginning to accumulate. So why he arrested Crawford when Crawford was the one that got hit? Well, it's the South for you. It ain't even the South, it's America. They go and arrest a black man who was assaulted. Like, make that make sense. And then an angry mob is after a black man was assaulted by a white man. An angry mob forms because of. Okay, so let's keep it going. Crawford was held at the jail briefly and released later that day on $15 bail. While Crawford was arranging bail, Barksdale was organizing a mob with McKinney Can to whip Crawford and cure him if possible. Sheriff Burtz allowed Crawford to exit from a side door, but the mob saw him anyway and pursued him into a cotton mill nearby, where Crawford took shelter in a boiling room. McKinney Can entered the boiler room after Crawford, and Crawford, grabbing a hammer from some nearby tools, knocked the man unconscious. Although the mill workers attempted to stop it, Crawford was stabbed and severely beaten by the mob. Sheriff R.M. Burtz appeared and arrested Crawford once more, much to the chagrin of the mob of whites. The sheriff could only get Crawford away from the mob by promising to the brothers of the Khan that he would not try to sneak Crawford out of town before the full extent of McKinney Can's injuries was known. As it happened, Can was not badly hurt, although Crawford was. He was treated by physician C.C. Gamble, who also happened to be the mayor of Abbeville. Gamble announced that Crawford would likely pass from his wounds. Considering that Crawford might pass before the mob could get to him, and concerned that the sheriff might spirit him out of town at 3 p.m., around 200 white men besieged the jail. They captured and disarmed Sheriff Burtz and abducted Crawford. Crawford was dragged down 3 flights of stairs amongst a cheering, bloodthirsty mob, where they proceeded to beat him with rocks, wagon boards, and jump and spit on him. The mob then dragged him through the black section of town with a rope around his neck as a warning. The mob then stole a lumber wagon from a black driver and used it to take Crawford to a fairground nearby. Crawford, likely unalive by that point, was still hanging from a tree, and armed whites riddled his body with bullets, rendering it to a bloody pulp by the bloodthirsty white mob that resented his wealth. The paper's headline the next day read, "Negro strung up and shot to pieces." After dark, the county coroner, F.W.R. Nance, assembled a jury, which he knowingly included 2 members of the lynch mob, one being his grandson, to the fairground to cut down Crawford's mutilated remains. Nance reported his finding as Crawford had passed at the hands of parties unknown. That night, the relentless mob decided they needed to drive Crawford's children and their family from the area. A consortium of white businessmen, Jack Perrin, J. Allen Smith, and J.S. Stark, worrying about the economic effect of such a decision, opposed these decisions and was able to convince the mob arrange a meeting the following Monday to decide what to do with the Crawford family. On October 23rd, 1916, white citizens of Abbeville, including many members of the lynch mob, voted to expel the remainder of Crawford's family from South Carolina and to seize their considerable property holdings, close down all black-owned businesses in Abbeville. The Crawfords requested they be given until November 15th, and this was granted. They were to leave by mid-November, did indeed leave, leaving behind their family's generational assets. See, man, once again, man, another instance where this is like similar to what happened in Forsyth County in Georgia. You see what I'm saying? Where you had a wealthy black man, was probably the richest. He said he was the richest man in that county. Of course, you had these broke white people that was jealous of him, decided to just lynch this man and unalive him, in the worst way possible. Make a statement to the black folks, and then they vote in their local election to just shut down all the black businesses and drive the Crawford family out of South Carolina. This is why we asking for reparations, man. This wasn't that long ago. We talking about 100 years, man, but come on now. We ain't forget that. We ain't just going to forget that, man. Especially since we in such a bad state in these times. Man, we need rectification for this, man. It need rectification for this, man. In the aftermath, South Carolina Governor Richard Irvine Manning III was quick to denounce the murder. He ordered a full investigation of the crime by both Sheriff Burtz and State Solicitor Robert Archer Cooper, exhorting them to hand down indictments of the mob participants. Many Abbeville residents were held in question and resulted in several men being charged. J.B. Elgin, okay, I'm not naming all these white men, but they did charge some white men. While out on bail, see, they gave him bail and everything. But while out on bail in a waiting trial, an article purportedly written by members of the lynch mob themselves was published in the Abbeville Scimitar. We are all responsible for the conditions that caused Crawford's unalivement. Those involved might have gone too far, but they are all white men and Crawford was black. The black must submit to the white or the white will destroy. What? There were several hundred who participated in this lynching, and nearly all of the others were well-wishers. Therefore, to pick out a few to satisfy a newly imported mawkish sentiment is pitiful and cowardly. Men of Abbeville The eyes of all white men are upon you. Acquit yourselves as white. The conditions made by all of us make us all responsible. So let's not ask only eight to shoulder the whole burden. Answer a mawkish settlement generated by hypocrisy and craven fear with the ringing verdict not guilty. Okay. So these fools put out a statement saying, man, it was 100 of us. You can't convict eight of us. You supposed to let all of us off. So you know what I'm saying? Like, man, this stuff making my stomach turn reading this stuff, man. Let me see something, man. It says here whether or not this document was genuine is open to question. The publisher of the Smithtar, William P. Bull Moose Beard, was a white supremacist. Beard and his editorials in the Smithtar openly ridiculed Governor Manning's attempts to bring any members of the mob to trial, writing that Crawford's murder was inevitable and racially justifiable. Other newspapers in the area took a different tone, like the Press and Banner, which pointed out that by driving away cheap foundational black American labor, the lynch mobs were bankrupting South Carolina farmers. These two facets of the debate were indicative of a growing schism in the South. Middle upper class whites were beginning to disapprove of lynchings, and the belief that lynch mobs were an expansion luxury the South could no longer afford was beginning to take root. So basically, you had the rich white folks that got rich off of slavery, basically, right? The slave owners who had been there the longest, who accumulated wealth, they were getting upset at the broke, poor white folks that may have been immigrants, or they may have just been some broke white folks that had never owned no slaves. They was mad at them because they were mad at the black people for prospering. Like, this is crazy right here. So you got the rich white folks kind of they not necessarily taking the side of black folks, but they saying, hey man, we need these black people here to exploit them. And if you drive them away out of jealousy, then we don't have no black people to exploit. It's a crazy dynamic, bro. Crazy dynamic. Let me see here. The preliminary trial hearing began on December 5th, 1916, with Sheriff Butts being the first witness and identifying some of the defendants as being connected. Even with the sheriff's testimony, the murder occurring in broad daylight over a period of hours with hundreds of witnesses, on February 28, 1917, the grand jury failed to find any of the white mob guilty of lynching and rioting and were released. Typical, man. I mean, I'm not surprised. You surprised, family? I'm not surprised. On November 16, 1918, Crawford's 427 acres on Little River, valued at approximately $20,000, was auctioned and was purchased by Colonel T.J. White for $610. What? He had 427 acres, valued at approximately $20,000, was auctioned and purchased by a white man for $610. This is that, man, boy, man. Oh, man. $20,000 worth of acreage, man. He got it for $610, man. Whew, man, that's thievery, bruh. Damn. Oh man, let me keep going, man. Second motivation, man. In addition to the racist motivations of those who wish to uphold the white status quo over a foundational black American man who maintained a defiantly confident and aggressive posture in the presence of whites and the generally poor tenor of race relations in Abbeville in general. Historians have also speculated that the mob was partially motivated by a desire to humiliate and discredit Abbeville Sheriff R.M. Burt's, and by extension Governor Manning, by local white politicians. Burt's became a wealthy family, and he had Burt's came from a wealthy family, and he had been unexpectedly appointed to his post by the comparatively enlightened and genteel Manning, despite Burt's lack of law enforcement qualifications. Many local white politicians were angered by this and thought the job should have gone to Police Chief Joe Johnson. Coming up for election, Burt's later defeated candidates Jess Can, brother of McKinney Can, and George White, two men who would play instrumental roles in the actions of the lynch mob. In the primary of South Carolina's gubernatorial election in July 1916, 3 months before Crawford's lynching, Manning had debated former governor and future senator of South Carolina Coleman Livingston Blease in Abbeville. Blease was known for his racist rhetoric, and he hurled invective at Manning's progressive approach toward race relations, claiming that this attitude had specifically incited a number of assaults by black men against white men and women. Yeah, right. In the primary, Blease overwhelmingly took Abbeville County, but Manning narrowly won the state in a runoff election. An acolyte of Blease, a young lawyer named Sam Adams, also made an unsuccessful run at state legislature. Perhaps to increase his local political fortunes, he bragged of his participation in the mob, and even that it was he who had placed the rope around Crawford's neck. Adams even specifically asked William Beard to print in his paper the Smithitar that Adams had been the ringleader of the group. In 2005, the 109th Congress of the United States Senate passed Resolution 39, by over 200 anti-lynching bills having been introduced to Congress. The resolution was issued before the descendants of Anthony Crawford, among other surviving descendants of lynching victims, and marked the first occasion that Congress had apologized to foundational black Americans for any reason, whereas Congress had in the past apologized to other ethnic groups such as Japanese Americans for the actions of the United States. They didn't just apologize to the Japanese Americans, they gave them reparations. I wouldn't have shown up if I was the family, if I was the descendants of Anthony Crawford. I wouldn't have showed up for no fake ass apology. What's an apology, man? 100+ years later, you want to apologize for some bullshit? Man, miss me with that, man. Save your apology, man. Where's my money, man? They sold off all them acres, man. It was worth $20,000. Matter of fact, what's $20,000? 1919. In 1919 to today, how much is it now? Damn. So they saying $20,000 is about $369,000. $369,709. That's how much it's worth today. 369. So let's just say $370,000. And homeboy got it for $610, which is $11,000. So he got some land that's worth $370,000 for $11,000. Yeah. All right, we back, family. I don't know what they cut me off for that time, but I think I caught it at the right time, so I don't think I missed nothing. I'm not going to go back over that again. Once again, R.I.P. to Anthony Crawford, man, who's pretty exceptional during his time. Very exceptional brother, and them white folks was jealous. Never going to accept no stuff like that, man. But so that those are the cases, right? That's the case, the main case we're gonna talk about out of South Carolina that leads up to the 1919 Red Summer. So now we're gonna talk about the Charleston of 1919, which occurred on May 10th, which is technically still today. We almost at midnight on the East Coast. So let's talk about the Charleston riot. It took place on the night of Saturday, May 10th. Hold up, ain't it Saturday? It's Saturday, May 10th tonight, man. Damn. Timing, family. You know what I'm saying? Perfect timing, man. We like damn near exactly 106 years to the very exact time and date that this occurred. So check this out, man. Charleston riot of 1919 took place on the night of Saturday, May 10th, between members of the United States Army and the local black population. Okay, excuse me, the U.S. Navy. My bad, not the Army, the Navy. So they attacked black individuals, businesses, and homes, unaliving six and injuring dozens. The Charleston riot of 1919 started at about 10 p.m. on Saturday, May 10th, 1919, and ended after midnight, which is right around now. It began when five white sailors felt that they had been cheated by a black man and, unable to find him, attacked foundational black Americans at random. A black man named Isaac Doctor shot at them and was unalived. All right, fam. Really playing with me right now, man. They really playing right now, man. I'm gonna start that all over. We're gonna start Charleston all over because this is significant, man. Because I wasn't even aware that we was going to be on at this time right now doing this. Like, I planned to do it today, man, but I didn't know it was like this. It's a Saturday night. Let me start that over, all right? So, the Charleston riot of 1919 started about 10 p.m. on Saturday, May 10th, 1919, and ended after midnight. It happened when five white sailors felt that they had been cheated by a black man, and, unable to find him, they attacked foundational black Americans at random. A black man named Isaac Doctor shot at them and was unalived. Within an hour, word of street family. I'm trying, family. I'm trying here, man. They are messing with this. They are messing with. They are messing with this. They are messing with this live stream. Something major right now. I don't know. I don't know what the issue. I'm gonna put it like this, right? In my subsequent live streams, right? I'm gonna sign up with StreamYard, and I'm gonna see, and hopefully going through StreamYard can help me here, man, because they are really doing me dirty right now, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm not saying anything out of line here, but they keep cutting me off, and it's not my internet service. My internet is fine. And it's not my internet service. My internet is fine. You know what I'm saying? Internet's fine. So I'm gonna start this over one more time. All right. The Charleston riot of 1919 started about 10 p.m. on Saturday, May 19th, 1919, and it ended after midnight. It began when five sailors felt that they had been cheated by a black man and, unable to find him, attacked foundational black Americans at random. A black man named Isaac Doctor shot at them and was unalived. Within an hour, word of street brawls and shooting got back to the Charleston Naval Yard, and carloads of sailors poured into the Black District. The fighting started at a pool parlor near Beaufort Street and Charles Street, later renamed Archdale Street, but eventually spread over much of the commercial section of King Street from Queen Street to Columbus Street. If anybody ever been to Charleston, you're familiar with that. King Street, that's like the main strip. You feel me? That's all around that historic downtown district where where the so there were more than 1,000 sailors and some white civilians joined in. Two shooting galleries in Beaufort Street raided by the sailors, the police reported, and the small caliber rifles removed from the galleries and used by the members of. Wait, let me read that again. Two shooting galleries in Beaufort Street were raided by the sailors, the police reported. The small caliber rifles removed from the galleries and used by the members of the mob. Okay, they attacked black individuals, businesses, and homes. For a time, the rioters practically had possession of the downtown streets. A Negro barbershop on King Street was almost wrecked, and in several instances, streetcars were stopped by pulling down the trolley poles, and Negroes on the cars were beaten up. One Negro was shot down as he was snatched off of a car. Admiral Frank Edmund Beatty, who ran the Navy's southern headquarters from Charleston's Navy Yard, ordered Marines sent in addition to the naval police. The Marines, although they were not always well disciplined themselves, worked closely with the city police force from a joint command center. The armed Marines arrived shortly after midnight. By 2:30 a.m., order had been reestablished and the riot was over. This was the worst violence in Charleston since the Civil War. 5 blacks were unalived and another unalived later. 17 black men, 7 white sailors, and 1 police officer suffered serious injuries. 35 blacks and 8 sailors were admitted to hospitals. Stores had been ransacked and black businesses and homes damaged in some cases extensively. Restrictions were put by the Navy on men going into Charleston, and Navy troops patrolled the streets. 3 sailors were court-martialed, 1 was acquitted, and 2 others, Jacob Cohen and Frank Holliday, were given a year in naval prison, followed by dishonorable discharges. Both men had been implicated in and confessed to the murder of a black man. 49 men, most of them white, were arraigned on charges from murder to rioting to assaulting police officers. 2 black and 1 white men were acquitted of inciting a riot. Charges against the remainder were dropped, of course. Police were overwhelmed that night with little time to spare for taking statements and securing evidence. 8 men received $50 or $900 in 2025 fines. $50 fines or $900 in fines in 2025 for carrying a concealed weapon. Before I continue on, man, I'm trying to understand here. It just says that some white boys felt like they were cheated. Why is it not giving any information about that? What does that mean? Like they were cheated how? You know what I'm saying? And what kind of they cheated them? What in what instance does it make sense for a race riot to occur because 2 people feel like they got cheated by 1 man? Like how does that justify 6 black people getting unalived? You know what I'm saying? Um, Shout out to Isaac Doctor. You know what I'm saying? RIP to him. He got the shooting. You know what I'm saying? When they came up trying to attack him, he got the shooting. So I'm always going to like when you stand up for yourself. Let's see the aftermath. One of Charleston's leading newspapers, the Evening Post, printed an editorial the day after the riots in which blame for the riots was placed squarely on servicemen who were not familiar with Charleston's ways. The piece included the following defense for the city. It says, quote, the relations between the races in Charleston have always been of the friendliest, and it is because there has been such clear definition and acceptance of them and the genuine liking for and sense of obligation to protect the weaker race the white people have always had. The outbreak was a rather startling illustration of the extent to which race prejudice will go when unprovoked and minds uncontrolled by understanding and experience, and bring into wholesome contrast the consideration and kindness which the white people of Charleston have always shown to the respectable colored people, in whose welfare they have exhibited the most practical concern, and it emphasized peculiarly the necessity of preserving this excellent relationship by the adherence to the line of conduct which has supported it. Man, miss me with all that. That sounds like garbage, man. So basically, they try to say, "Oh no, us white folks here in Charleston, we love our Negroes, we love our niggers." You know what I'm saying? And the sailmen, the sailors from the Navy Yard, they coming from different parts of the country and they don't really know how we get down. I ain't trying to hear that, man. That's why I guess that's why they acquitted everybody and dropped all the charges, right? You know what I mean? Miss me with all that, man. Damn, they won't let me. Oh man, they not letting me zoom. They not letting me blow that up. I can't even blow it up, family. It's cool though. It's cool though. So I guess look, I'm gonna end this live stream here, family. Like I said, man, it's great timing. I think it's good timing to end it right here at Charleston, at this time. I didn't expect to be on. I didn't expect this live stream to be this long. I knew it would be long. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, man, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna chop this video up, man. Unfortunately, I got disconnected a million times. You know what I'm saying? I guess after making certain statements, I noticed that. So I'm learning this. I'm learning this platform, family. Bear with me, man. We growing right here. Uh, I definitely want to pay my respects to all the brothers and sisters who lost their lives in these riots here. Uh, um, but like I said, man, we got a lot more to cover of this series. I'm gonna take some time off before the next one, uh, and we're gonna keep it moving from there. I'm trying to decide on which ones I'm gonna do next. I'll probably move over to Mississippi. I think Mississippi might be next up on the list. Um, and I also have plans on doing a video on the Tulsa race riot. Now, granted, family, the Tulsa race riot did not occur in 1919. It occurred 2 years later. But a lot of times it gets contributed to the Red Summer because the Red Summer wasn't the end. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't the end of these lynchings. Lynchings continued into 1920 and into 1921 and beyond. You know what I'm saying? So I will do a video on the Tulsa, Oklahoma race riots. I'm going to do a video on the Elaine massacre that occurred. We're going to do a video on the Chicago race riots. And I'm going to try to do a video on the Washington, D.C. race riots as well. The other race riots, like I said, I'm going to do them in this format of a live stream like this. They won't be as long as this one here, family. Like this was a long live stream because I needed to give a backstory about the Red Summer. I gave a backstory on George Edmond. Excuse me, George Edmond Haynes, as well as backstories on the incidents leading up to Georgia's Red Summer. Same thing along with Florida, as well as South Carolina. But Georgia clearly had the most racial conflicts out of all states during the Red Summer. So that's why this was a much longer live stream. My next live streams won't be nearly as long. But I appreciate you. If you do watch this all the way through, man, shout out to you, man. If you watch this all the way through, man, leave me a comment or something. You know what I'm saying? If you watch this to the end and you listening to these words, don't matter when you watch it, drop a comment, man. Give me some feedback. Let me know what's up. All right, I'm gonna let y'all go, family. Y'all have a good night, man. Have a wonderful weekend, man. Peace.